Okay, you guys have been waiting very patiently to find out what our parameters are. So let me give you a little bit of background on location and that type of thing. First of all, let me actually get you a picture of your area. We're going to be in the northern part of the Menagerie Coast in a place called the Doral Woods.
Link's home.
Everybody got that? No, much further north and west.
Okay.
Than that. Here's a little background on Doral Woods. So it's at the base of the Cerros Mountains, which runs up the entire western coast, kind of like the Rockies or the Sierra Nevada here in the U.S. The woodlands themselves are a major source of game, timber, and herbal medicines for the city there you see, Guarden, which is an elven city, and the coastline as well. And then the water flows out of the mountains itself and kind of pools up at that northern part and then flows out into the mouth of the ocean out there. Fishers usually go up to the northern lake to catch rare fish and silt-borne shellfish that's only found within these like crystal clear waters. Travelers, hunters traverse the woods and are advised to bring offering of fresh bread, tropical fruits, and even pearls for the woodland spirits that are rumored to call the forest home. A community of Fey beings watch over these woods, stepping from the veil of the Feywild to meddle with trespassers who show disrespect or terrorize those who seek to rob the wilds of their boons. Local stories speak of a crew of unsanctioned loggers from Tusoa, which is a little further south of that, who vanished not but a week into their venture, only to return a month later, aged 30 years, with no memory of what occurred in the interim. That's what other people know about the Doral Woods. You guys are all going to currently be residing in a small town that we're going to kind of build out a little bit together in the middle of the Doral Woods. This particular town is a virtual unknown to anyone who doesn't have a reason to know about it. And the particular purpose of this town is that there is a permanent portal to and from the Feywild in this town. So it exists almost as like an extension of the Feywild into Exandria and Wildmount itself. But at the same time, the city has built up also as a protectorate of this portal. The portal itself is just referred to as the Great Tree. And that's exactly how you get to and from, is you knock on the tree, it opens up and allows you to walk directly through to an identical tree on the other side. Everybody with me so far?
Knock 3 times.
Yep.
All right.
You're putting down.
Your only race parameters, at least that I can think of off the top of my head, let me skim through real quick. The Gith just don't make a whole lot of sense for this entire world. I don't know that anybody's mentioned playing a Gith, but let's just scratch them out. And then Warforged probably don't make a whole lot of sense for what you guys are doing, so I would prefer that getting scratched out unless you have a really good explanation for maybe having a creator that kind of instilled you with life or something like that. But for the most part, Warforged probably out. Outside of that, I think I'm okay with any of the other types. But as I was explaining to a few of you already, if you're going to play a really exotic race, assume that you actually came from the Feywild originally. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Here's some of the other parameters I want you guys to be pondering through. On the other side of this portal, it's not an identical like mirror image of the town that you're in, which we have yet to name, but we will together. There is another town on the other side of the Feywild. So you guys who are citizens of this town kind of sort of have free access back and forth. One of the primary things that it also provides you access to is the university, the school that is over there. And that particular school provides you with unique access to education that you can't get anywhere else. So that will come into play when we get into the potential for your like subclasses, because there's a new Unearthed Arcana that's out as of just a couple of days ago that actually is taking its a page out of the Pathfinder 2nd edition, and it's subclasses that are available to multiple classes. So if you want to be thinking along those lines, there's 4 of those. You don't have to choose those at all, but being in this particular space provides you with that unique opportunity. There's a school called the Mage of Lorehold. So historians, architecture, that type of thing, but using magic to understand history, understand architecture, that type of thing. There's the Mage of Prismari, which is like elemental arts, like performing arts, but using the elements in your performance. The Mage of Quandrix, which is basically the magic of physics and mathematics. And the other one is the Mage of Silverquall, which is kind of a spoken word, poets, bards, public speakers, that type of thing.
Beatniks.
Yeah. So they channel the magic of light and shadow through words, whether spoken aloud, written, or sign language. So if you want, once you get to like a subclass archetype type of option, those will be available to you by virtue of you being in this particular area. So as you're starting to create your character, I want you to at least plan on being one of 3 different types of people. Either a student at the university. That doesn't mean you have to be young, because again, it's a university, and you could be an old person. You could be 60, 70, or if you're an elf, 300 years old and still studying at the university. So don't think young just because you're a student. But you're either a student at the university or assigned as part of the protectorate, like the Fey Guard, that protects the Great Tree on either side, or just a general citizen of this town that has yet to be named. And maybe you don't have a specific connection to the tree or the university. You just were kind of born here, and so you're a citizen here. Sound good?
Yep.
Anything else, again, throw it at me. But I don't want us to get into too much of like, I have this really long, elaborate backstory, because that means you're probably not going to integrate well with the rest of the group. Does that make sense?
But I love long, elaborate backstories.
Well, you can have a long, elaborate backstory that includes doing stuff with other people in the group. All right. So that being said, any questions? That's basically all the parameters I have for you, outside of me being able to answer specific questions as they come up.
No restriction on certain classes then either.
Not unless you end up giving me a weird one. I'm like, ooh, that doesn't really work. Again, some of them may be originated in the Feywild. If it's one that we don't, that I haven't really allowed, or I've been kind of iffy on for our main campaign, it may be that it's still okay, but it probably is originated in the Feywild. Oh, and I missed one of the other I missed the 5th college, sorry. The 5th one is the Witherbloom College, and that's dedicated to the alchemy of life and death. And so harnessing those energies. That one I forgot about enough that I didn't even really look over it. But yeah, so those are all available. If you're interested, whenever you get to pick your subclass or your school or whatever, ask me, and I'll tell you which particular classes allow which ones. All right. So all that said, do you guys want to pick a race first, or are you?
Let's talk classes. I mean,
Yeah,
races depend on class a lot of times.
It does. So I usually like to pick a class first before I pick a race, but I know some people go by the book and races first. So I'm okay with class.
Should always be class first because the races have advantages to the classes. But yeah,
I actually usually pick race first.
It sometimes depends on what your build concept is. That's true.
Yeah, I really don't care much for tying race to class. I just like to talk about class because so we know what the party's bringing.
Sure.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah. If you want to play an Azimir and you have a particular advantage in your stats, you're not going to play a fighter. But
I don't care about advantages. If I have a character background that makes me want to have an Azimar fighter, I'll do it. If I have a character that makes me want to have a gnome barbarian like you or whatever, I'll do it. I don't.
halfling.
I'm not looking for advantages. I'm looking for stories.
Well, when I did the halfling, I had to take advantage because I had the Titan strength, which allowed me to wield the extra weapons, which was cool. So,
I will say the one class that I'm iffy on with this particular group would be Blood Hunter, because that would require you to have spent a lot of time elsewhere. Because there's no school here. But again, if you really want to do it, we can maybe come up with a way to work it in. But other than that, pretty much everything else is wide open.
Yeah, I think I'm in the mood to go Ranger, guys. I haven't done one of those in a while.
I'm thinking about Monk myself.
Don.
John always waits to hear what everybody else is playing and then decides.
So do I.
Class is, yeah. To me, class is actually less important than
Classes in my head. I can play any class and create a character for it and have fun. But I just.
I have no class, but that's okay.
I will say this: there is only one class in the entirety of 5th edition that I think looks boring, and that's the fighter.
Oh no, I love the fighter, dude.
Actually, the fighter is a little more non-boring because of all the extra advantages it gets. But
Well, the fact that there are plenty of feat options makes the fighter pretty viable, because he gets access to feats or the ability score increases a lot faster.
Oh, viable and boring do not equate, and not all subclasses.
You don't want to
like
hit 5 times and be done.
Yeah, exactly. But no, in all seriousness, there's a couple of subclasses that look cool. One of which you've actually kind of ruled out as doesn't really fit the world, which is like the psychic one.
Right.
And then
again, that's what I'm saying. This one may be okay, but just know that your psychic abilities probably are because you're from the Feywild, not from Wildmouth.
So the problem with that, because I actually did consider asking you that, but then the very first thing you did was rule out the race I wanted to go with it, which was a Yankee or a Githzerai.
Yeah, that's just optimizing a little too much for what we're trying to do here.
I'd love to play a Gith sometimes, but I don't think this is.
Gith is definitely the type of thing that you need a lot more like extra planar type of stuff, and a lot more is astral related things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I was toying with the idea of a Githzerai or a Githyanki that just got the hell out of Dodge and maybe roamed off to the Feywild, but that's okay. We can do something entirely different. I always have some character concept brewing in my head. So,
Sean, you could do it like they were abducted as a child and spent a whole bunch of time in the Feywild, and then came back. That's what I was thinking about doing for mine, because that says that happens a lot. Children get abducted by the Fey and are kept for years and years, and then return. They don't age, but they come back and everything's different.
Yeah, but I'm going to skip out on the Gith because he did kind of say that didn't really fit. And he didn't want to try and shoehorn it in. So
yeah, it
I'll
really
figure
would
something
be a
else out.
shoehorn. Yeah.
Okay.
I do. I'm with you though, Steve. I do want to play one at some point. I absolutely love the Githyanki and the Githzerai.
Oh yeah, I have one of my favorite characters was a Gith.
But anyways, back to what we're doing today.
Right.
So I'm leaning towards an owl folk,
Okay.
and doing a rogue with that is what I was thinking.
Who?
Actually, they speak common. That is a racial stereotype that we don't appreciate.
That's what they do though when they sleep.
During the day.
Who's they?
I said during the day.
Oh, during the day. He ventures at night.
Who?
How many times can we beat this poor dead horse?
Keep
At
going.
least once more.
Ask Abbott and
Not-
Costello.
The funny hasn't stopped yet.
If you follow
Correct.
the mindset of Family Guy, then you go funny, hilarious, mildly annoying. Dear God, please stop. Oh, that's hilarious again. If you just keep beating it, that's the process.
I was thinking maybe cleric or maybe wizard or sorcerer.
What enforcer?
Wizard or sorcerer.
Oh, I thought
Maybe
you said
cleric.
wizard enforcer. I was like, do we have one of those?
That's an Eldritch
can.
Knight.
Called War Mage.
I War Cleric. That looks good. I made one of those as a test, and that looks fun.
I can't play a War Cleric until I'm playing Warrock again.
Oh, now there's one that's interesting.
What?
Daunting Pureblood?
Oh, the lizard.
No, they're the snake, aren't they? The
The
snake.
Yanti. Yeah, the
Yeah,
Yanti.
the snake.
Yep.
That's what I told Anthony. I was looking at the Beldakin. That's interesting too.
Yeah, you'd have to have a really good reason to play them anything other than what the alignment specifically says, which is very neutral and completely devoid of emotion and basically look to manipulate everybody they see.
Who, the Beldakin?
No, the Yuan-Ti. You could do it, but again, you'd have to have a really good reason to not, fall right in line with at least that racial stereotype.
Because they were kidnapped very young by someone in the Feywild?
I can work
Very
with it. I think.
That's
I'm
not
gonna go
nice.
for this. I'm going to go for this. If it's all right with you, Anthony, I'm going to go for the Yanti.
Okay, we'll see how the build comes out. I'm not worried about the statistical stuff. I'm potentially worried about how the integration with everybody else is going to go, but I'll let you run with it for now. Has anybody put any thought into one of the three, which of the three roles that you fall into? Student, protector, or citizen?
Citizen for me.
For me, that will come once I know who the person is.
Yeah, me too.
Just keep that in the forefront of your mind, not the back of it, because I want that's going to help you integrate and know who you actually are connected with,
Actually, Anthony, can we kind of blend to them? Because I'd like to be like a citizen / occasional student.
You're taking night classes at the local
Yeah, kind of.
local community college.
That works.
Sure.
So Josh, you're going to be rogue.
Yeah, it's my plan. And I would be a student as well.
Okay.
At a place I can be a student / monk.
So far as I'm concerned, monks are always students.
Yeah, I mean that would be your thing. Yeah. Granted, though, this particular university is a magical one. So keep that in mind. You could study on normal stuff, but it very much hinges on, wizards, bards, sorcerers, warlocks, that type of thing. Just because of how magical universities already are. You can ask any bard; they all have a particular school that they went to. But in this case, it's also a magical school in the Feywild. So of course, it's very oriented toward magic. If you're going to study the mundane, you can do that in the mundane world. But you may have found a particular teacher that is only accessible, in the Feywild, that maybe is a professor at this particular school. Totally up to you. There's lots of ways we can go about it.
All right.
All right, so we've got a rogue, a ranger, a monk. So that's 3 definites.
We could be
There's only
non-fighting too, so
there's 6 of us. 3 of us have chosen something. So that leaves me, Frank, and Corinne.
right.
And Corinne's got it kind of narrowed down to some kind of spellcaster. What are you thinking, Frank?
That's what I was thinking. I don't want to be stuck with a fighter this time. That's my only drawback, is I always end up taking the fighter.
Whiskey's such a fighter.
Well, no,
Yes.
he's one, but I have Nala. And then in your game you played with Pathfinder 2E, I played the monk. And then in Steve's one game I played the fighter. So I'm just kind of...
Sure.
Yeah, so...
Well, there are.
All right, so that puts
plenty of
me at
class
probably...
options.
So that kind of puts me somewhere in a melee type. That's okay, because, I don't mind it at all.
Well, and melee still gives you, any number of, 12 different options plus subclasses. They have gotten to the point with enough subclass options now that I would say there's at least probably 3 classes that you could easily build an entire party around. Everybody playing the exact same class, and everybody would, you'd have every role filled, and nobody would feel like they were overlapping.
What class was that?
Bard.
Artificer, Bard, and what's the other one? Oh, and Warlock for sure, but you could maybe make an argument for a couple others also.
Artificer's not a fighting class, though, is it?
It depends on which subclass you
What's your
build.
artifice?
You pick that armorer.
Yep.
You go Iron Man.
Or you get the one with the Steel Defender, I forget which one that one's called, but you not only have a companion that's arguably better than the Ranger companion, but you also get, like at 5th level, you get a second attack, which makes you, a very viable melee combatant, melee or range combatant as well.
So, Corinne, what were you leaning towards?
Maybe wizard. I don't remember last time I did a wizard or a sorcerer. I know my last cleric, but
Yeah, I don't think I ever remember you having done a wizard of any sort.
yeah, I had one sorcerer, but she was interesting. She was mute. So, but that was like 3.
If you're going to go that way, then I may go cleric.
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen Frank play a cleric.
I played a druid and his pet died. Anthony killed him. And
Thank you, Pathfinder playtest.
I started watching the new one of from Paizo for 2E, and they're all like, "Are you going to kill us this time, Jason?" Jason Bullman. He goes, "I don't know," because they're like, I guess he kills characters. Interesting. Okay, so I'm going to do cleric.
So cleric may be the first one that actually has to make a decision on a subclass and all that sort of stuff. Right, so before we move on, is everybody at least tentatively set on their class?
Nope, I'm still working on it. I just know it's going to be some type of melee type, but beyond that, I'm not sure.
They heard you say that fighter was your favorite, so they kind of pigeonholed you into a fighter.
Sure. Let me go move over to the Forever DM real quick and check out that character build again. I'll be right back.
I have, somewhere floating around in the world, you may or may not come across. I actually have a fighter build that probably has more magical capabilities and triggers and magical effects and stuff like that than most like at least partial spellcasters. I just went with the what was it called, the rune, the fighter with the rune thing, and you get plenty of
Rune Knight?
Is it, as that was called, Rune Knight?
I don't remember what it's
Yes,
called, but they
Rune
get
Knight.
their magic from like giants.
Yeah, well, the magical runes are the giants are the ones that typically would have passed on that tradition to someone else. Yes, but yeah, I built it. It's a goblin. So if you guys ever meet a goblin that looks very absurdly dressed, that's him. But yeah, he actually just fights with his fists. I gave him the the unarmed fighting feat. He doesn't even use weapons. Anyway, so it's doable even as a fighter to have plenty of abilities and triggers and all that sort of stuff. I'm not saying you have to take it.
Oh no! It's not that it's a bad class. It's just when I look at it, I don't see too many of the subclasses that jump out at me and say, "Oh, this looks awesome." Whereas like the Artificer, there's at least the Iron Man one, which I love, or the Barbarian's got like 4 of them that I'm like, oh, I want to play that. The Bard's got like 3 or 4. Like I've actually got a character concept in mind that's a Bard, but it's not a Bard. It's like a tribal shaman that just uses the Bard class.
I think I told you guys that if you had continued going on in the pit fight, that the next person that was going to come up was actually a literal barbarian.
Yeah, you did mention that.
The College of Swords, and so he was just going to give himself inspiration to make his rage effects even more powerful. So there's lots of options. Of course, if you're starting at level 2, your multi-class capability is a little rough.
Iron Man.
Yeah, Artificer may be doable, especially if you're a student. If you're a low-level Artificer, you may be learning how to craft a lot of this stuff using science of Exandria and the magic of the Feywild to combine the two. Artificer may be a cool option.
I will say at this point, though, that I do think I am leaning very heavily towards being a defender.
The Steel Defender, or having a Steel Defender?
No. Like you said one of the 3 roles: citizen, student, or defender.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, I'm leaning very heavily. Nobody else mentioned doing that, so I think I will go that route.
Fair enough.
I'm starting to get a somewhat of an idea. I'm a melee type. And I'm here to defend the forest and the village and the Feywild portal.
Druid of the Moon?
I have considered it, trust me. The thought has occurred to me. If less people had gone caster, I might have actually gone Druid of Wildfire, to be honest.
Okay, sure.
But I think we have...
You've got a monk. What else do you need? You got a monk. What other type of melee fighter do you need?
Right? I get in there with the all hands on.
I've also considered Paladin, except that for me, only two of the Paladin subclasses are genuinely interesting, and I don't think either one of them would fit here. And that's the
Vengeance and Conquest?
Yes. Not even so much Vengeance. Oathbreaker and Conquest.
Oh yeah, Oathbreaker, you would have to be evil, essentially. That one's the one from the GM guide. Yeah. Specifically, so if you have an NPC that wants to be an anti-paladin, here's how you make it.
Yeah, exactly. If I played a Paladin of Conquest, I'd probably go lawful evil.
That's the easiest way to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, not so much like not necessarily Asmodeus, but some other similar, patron, if you will.
All hell
almost.
Joe had a character in Kyle's short-lived Dragon Heist campaign that was a Paladin of Conquest that followed Bane, and Link's character was a barbarian that was his brother. That was what they used to always say. Oh, hail Bane.
Yep.
Nice.
Hence why I got to kill one of our players.
Anthony, what's our level again?
At least for now, assume 2. Is everybody far enough along that you're ready to jump into the next line of questions while Sean is still pondering?
Yes.
I'm still pondering race, but that's
what I'm asking. That's basically what I was going to ask. What race you guys feel like you're leaning toward?
Well, we know Steve said he's going Yuan-Ti, and we know Josh says he wants to go the owl person, whose name I forget.
Owl
folk.
I'm going to play a Loxodon.
What is that?
elephant.
An elephant.
Elephant folk.
Yep. So the three that I've heard so far, the Yuan-Ti probably can have an origin in somewhere in Exandria, Wildmount. The Owlfolk and the Loxodon definitely will have had to have originated in the Feywild. But I'm okay with all those.
With your permission, Anthony, I'm going to kind of go with the background I said, where whoever she was from, she was kidnapped into the Feywild for a while as a child. She came out, or was let out, and all her connections had, no time had passed for her, but everyone else was gone. So her world changed when she grew up, and she came to the conclusion that she would not survive among her own kind, being so different. So she deliberately chose to travel here, where she could exploit her knowledge of the Feywild for her own gain.
Allow me to offer you a twist on that.
Go for it.
Knowing Yuan-Ti, it is very likely that should her parents have not really liked her very much, it is very possible that they dumped her off in the Feywild.
Quite possibly, yes.
And it may have actually been that somebody there found her and raised her to maybe not be quite as evil as, and stoic.
No, I'm actually saying she got a very even mix of the good and the very bad experiences of the Feywild.
Oh, sure. I mean, that's the nature of the Feywild itself.
Yeah. So
but that allows you to maybe have some decent parentage without necessarily having to have decent DNA, if that makes sense.
I wasn't actually talking about parentage, but if you talk about her DNA being bad, one of the character questions that I saw that I was going to get for her, she feels the tug of emotions and is shamed by it.
Okay.
So, and that's probably what her parents saw in her as a child, that she was flawed.
Right.
Where most of them learned to put away emotions. This one had trouble with that. And so they said, oh, she's not going to work. We're just going to cast her off. Now, that doesn't necessarily imply good emotions. That also implies possibly bad emotions.
Right.
So yeah, I think what it is she's going to be a ranger whose specialty is either finding things that got lost in the Feywild and bringing them out for people, or finding things that got out of the Feywild and returning them to the Feywild for people on either side.
Almost like a bounty hunter, but not necessarily just of people. It just could be of people. Yeah.
All objects, plants, even, whatever.
Sure.
Mercenary, purely mercenary. So very neutral.
Right.
She's in it for the money. Or whatever. The rewards don't always have to be money. She's a little weird about what she'll bargain for sometimes. So, but she's neutral, but she has certain streaks that could go either good or evil because she's wavers. What are her emotions doing at that moment? What are her desires at that moment? So we'll see.
How's everybody else coming on races? Allow me to point you toward the entry that says lineages. And if you would like, any of those three are also available to you.
Where are we looking?
In the race section.
Oh. You said lineages?
I'm gonna be a fairy that makes things go boom.
Okay.
Hell's a
I'm gonna be
reborn.
I'm gonna be a fairy wizard. I'm gonna name her Jamie. Ooh.
Reborn would be basically almost like playing as an undead or quasi-dead race, or you would have your own race, your original race, but now you're kind of skinning the reborn on top of it. That's why they're all listed as lineages, because technically you can have your original race and then some of the particular racial traits are replaced by either the traits of the Dhampir, the Hexblood, or the Reborn. I'm not saying anybody has to, but those would technically be allowable because of your access to the Feywild. So Ryan is a Loxodon monk. So Ryan, I like the concept. Keep in mind, once you get to the next step in building this, you're not going to get the bonus of both your con and your wisdom. It'll take the higher of the two for your armor class.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure how that was going to work. It looked like it was coming from three different places.
Yeah, it'll always do your dex, but it'll basically take either your con or your con for the Loxodon or the wisdom for the monk, whichever one is higher. But it won't add all of them.
All right.
I had a Loxodon cleric that had the same thing going on.
Got it. I'll probably do the Constitution only because of well, I don't know. We'll see.
Your wisdom will be important for any of your key powers.
Right.
So it depends on how you build the monk and what you're what you're planning on taking with him.
Is the cleric still using wisdom as a tie?
Yes, cleric is wisdom based. Makes a lot more sense than the paladin using charisma.
Maybe it's his aura. Well, because I was asking, because I'm leaning, I like the Kalashtar.
Kalashtar would be doable. Again, they would be one of the Fae, but they would be one of the most humanoid Fae.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at Circle of Mortality. College of the Dominion of the Grave.
Mm-hmm.
Cleric of Life and Death. I just think that's interesting. I've never seen anybody play that one, so.
That's what Caduceus is Cleric of the Grave.
Oh, really? I haven't watched that one. Well, I haven't got that.
I played a Cleric of a Grave in another campaign, and they've got some cool abilities. We didn't get super high level, but they're cool. They're very cool.
It's one of my favorite clerics. That's what my Loxodon was a Grave Cleric. And he refused to heal people until they were already unconscious because it wasn't efficient otherwise.
So now it's just trying to find a race that actually will fit that. So.
So you could go with the approach of Grave Cleric because you two have experienced death in some way. If you wanted to go with either like the Dhampir or the Reborn, that would kind of be a cool little spin. You could also approach it from the opposite of maybe you've seen death around you and you're trying to make sure, or undeath around you. That's usually what the Grave Cleric is. Dead things should stay dead, and living things should stay living.
That would fit the spirit, like the Kalashtar in a sense.
Potentially, yes.
Spirits, ancestors.
They do a lot more with dreams and sleep, but you could make it work for sure.
It's just a thought.
Asamar would be another fairly obvious choice, either fallen or normal.
The variant?
No, variant's variant. The original is the protector. And then the Scourge is more like red hot, I'm going to destroy evil, as opposed to just the Protector is being the balance.
But sadly, they get +2 to charisma, which
depends on what you're building.
I could do an elf and go dexterous cleric too.
In a level 2 one-shot type thing, you're not going to really be able to overly optimize anyway. So build something that's fun, not necessarily the thing that gives you a +1 where you would have only had.
Yeah.
Also keep in mind that there are tweaks and new draconic races, if anybody's interested in that. The chromatic, the metallic, and the gem dragonborn.
I would like to just go ahead and point out one important thing that I have already noticed. An emerald dragonborn totem of the bear barbarian.
Yep.
You see where I'm going?
Yeah. I've already thought this through also, yes. Where Sean is going with this is they are resistant to, if you do Emerald, they're resistant to psychic damage, which is the one thing that a Totem of the Bearer Barbarian is not resistant to.
So now you're resistant to everything, just in case someone didn't put 2 and 2 together there.
Anthony, real quick.
Sure.
I was reading the racial description of the Daunting, and while it says snake and humanoid features are intermingled and the caste system is set on which have, the higher up you are, the more snake-like features you have, but it doesn't say purely what the divides are. I mean, it names pure bloods and something, but doesn't give me descriptions of what the differences are. So I'm trying to say, how should I picture this character? What level of snakehood is appropriate?
Let's see.
Because if I can get away with it, I'd kind of like to have the tail.
That may be part of it. Maybe you, maybe part of the reason why your parents abandoned you. You not only were experiencing emotion, but you're supposed to be a pureblood, and purebloods don't have tails.
Well, they don't have tails.
Well, that may be in their society. I think the way that what I'm reading here, like reading between the lines, is that if abomination is the lowest of the 3 category, they're probably the most snake-like, and the purebloods are probably the most human-like with just some snake features. So if you had a tail, then that might
used to be higher in the caste system. Well, that's weird.
The picture that they're showing looks basically like a character out of Conan, and has almost no snake characteristics at all.
I don't like that. I just think that, like I said, when I say tail, I mean like the tail instead of the legs, like the full-on snake tail.
I think you're maybe thinking more of the Naga, which is also a different race, but not a playable race. It's more of a monster type in here. I don't
think the Yuan-Ti ever did the full-on snake, the centaur, but snake instead of horse thing.
Right.
That's what I want to go for, though.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen in D&D a playable Naga race. But I don't know, because I honestly haven't really looked into the Yuan-Ti a whole lot. It still could very much be that you have a tail.
What I know about Yuan-Ti is from WoW, and there they have tails and look like snakes. So,
the other thing that may be able to be factored in, and part of the abandonment thing, if you had a tail, was that perhaps your mother was not as faithful as she possibly could have been, should have been to the father.
That could definitely be it. Because, here's the thing. If 2 different castes members have a child together or have children together, the children are supposed to generally be of the lesser caste.
Right.
So this is like 2 lower or mid-level cast members got together and the child was of a much higher caste, which is not supposed to happen.
Right.
I like that idea. Can I do that and get the tail?
Yeah, I mean, that's probably part of the reason you were abandoned. Your father wanted nothing to do with you.
I don't want any special. Actually, probably neither one of them wanted anything to do with me. They didn't want to have to explain it either to each other
Right.
or anybody else.
Right.
But no, I don't want anything special. I'm not looking for like special abilities or anything in the tail. I just visually want to have like waist down snake tail, or
That's fine.
eyes down, whatever the operative thing is. That would be awesome. Okay, what are we? Well, I guess I'm far ahead. I'm on abilities now, so.
Yeah, let's get everybody at least caught up on race and class. If you want to kind of flesh out some ideas and start bouncing around some concepts between each other and maybe the connections while other people are deciding, it might help them decide on the race and class. But Grolet, I think you were the one that's further behind than anybody else. Have you landed on either of these yet?
Got the class narrowed down to 3.
Okay.
Is that an answer?
I mean, I asked if you had to narrow down, so I guess theoretically.
Let us help you decide.
Yeah, what 3 classes?
Well, I've got it narrowed down between fighter, barbarian, and paladin, and I do know what subclass I'd be working towards if I went paladin. And that would be Oath of the Ancients, because it actually really it's not an uncool subclass, and it fits very well here.
Right.
I'm just not entirely certain how I like the tenants type of overall, not just for this subclass, but all of them, just because I don't know. I've always had a hard time coloring in the lines.
I sometimes play characters like paladins in order to force me to color inside of lines I'm less familiar with.
I have done that in the past.
Maybe that's why your paladin's all the way out here.
Maybe like the Green Knight.
Outside the line so often they put you someplace where they didn't have to keep correcting you.
Well, no, I was thinking of, if I went this route, it would be Path of the Ancients, because the Path of the Ancients is the Fey paladin, basically.
That's why I'm saying the Green Knight.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So definitely it fits. I'm just...
You're going to be the protector or the guardian.
Well, the class ended up, I was originally thinking it would go the opposite direction, but I ended up basing the character's class and whatnot more on the role, like that like Anthony said, keeping it at the forefront. I took that approach, and that's what really helped me narrow it down. But I'm not necessarily like paladins. I'm kind of iffy. Just I've never really felt comfortable playing paladins. Every time I've ever played a paladin, it was because I was trying to force myself to out of my comfort zone, and I don't know if that's the kind of thing for a one shot. Maybe it is.
That's the best time to try it, because if you don't like it, it's only a one shot. You're not stuck with it for the whole campaign.
I always avoided paladins, and when I finally did one, it became one of my favorite characters.
Yeah, God, I love paladins from the beginning. They were always one of my favorites, but that's me.
I'll be honest with you, Steve. Your ability to exemplify a paladin as a character has always been a touch intimidating.
What? Dude, don't use that as an excuse. Trust me, you get into them, they are fun, man. They are fun.
Yeah, I'm just not sure I can live up to your ability to be awesome at it.
Dude, it's what they say. It's not how you are when you're awesome. It's how you come through the failures. Because paladins ain't perfect; they fail too. But it's where you step up afterwards. That's the thing. And that is fun as hell to role play. Oh my gosh, yes.
The second class I've got in mind being the barbarian, which I have 3 subclass ideas there. Path of the Beast, just because it's a cool looking freaking subclass. It's super cool, and it kind of fits the tone of the area. Storm Herald is kind of like it's like the third choice of the 3 that I'm thinking, just because it's a really neat subclass, but I don't know that it ties in very well. And then Path of Wild Magic, which
Enough said.
is Well, I mean, it ties in very well, but I'm not certain that the subclass is something I'm going to enjoy. I don't necessarily like that kind of randomness to my character. Yeah. I want to be deliberate about what I'm doing, not have something super cool happen, but I had no idea it was about to happen. At least not every time.
Right.
And the paladin would suit you if you want to be deliberate.
Sean strikes me as the type of person who prefers to play lawful characters, but not necessarily lawful good. Where I look at the Path of Wild Magic and I was like, random dice roll, sign me up. Which is why I had a character like Snarfblat.
Yes, we all know that.
Snarfblat was great.
Secretly or not so secretly, you are an agent of chaos.
I have a chaotic neutral t-shirt that Emily got me for my birthday. That basically, I think it says chaotic neutral because anything else is boring, or predictability is a weakness. That's what it says. Predictability is a weakness.
Yeah, I can see that.
So, this brings me to my third character class, which is the boring one. I mean, the fighter. There is obvious potential in the fighter. I know I poo-poo on the fighter, but there's some cool stuff here. It's just, to me, my least favorite of the classes. But that doesn't mean I wouldn't ever play it. Trust me, I have very often tried to make a character that's a fighter. As a matter of fact, the fact that it's my least favorite kind of makes me want to make a cool character out of it even more.
You've got a ton of good options.
What kind of subclasses are you looking for in the fighter, Sean? What do you looking at?
To be honest, and part of this is because it's so rarely useful. Part of this is because it's kind of cool. I always liked the Cavalier.
Yeah, that can be fun if you're in the right circumstances. I loved playing Cavaliers in earlier editions. I've never played one in 5th edition, but man, some of my most fun, best paladins were Cavaliers. You get that bond with a warhorse or war mount, which is really cool to add to the aspect of the character.
Exactly, and to become, I mean, you're just straight up a mounted knight. Whether you have a true knightly, you're more. When I say knight, think more French aristocracy knight rather than Knights Templar or Hospitaller.
Of course. You are the noble warrior. You are the, Baron whomever of, whatever castle, riding to do whatever, win the tournament or do whatever it takes. That's always fun to play.
Allow me to throw a little bit of a wrench in your
wooden area, right?
Yeah, basically this is like a city that doesn't exist in the middle of the woods. If you want to go fighter, and this is very specific to Wildmount, and technically very specific to the Kryn Dynasty on the eastern side, but again, because of Feywild, it potentially works here. The Echo Knight is amazing, if you wanted to look at that. But also, if you just wanted to do melee fighter, but still wanted to have a little bit of spellcasting pew-pew, don't overlook the Hexblade Warlock.
Actually did consider a Hexblade Warlock, simply because...
Or not even Hexblade. You don't have to do Hexblade. You could do just the Pact of the Blade without even doing Hexblade. You could do a different patron.
That's what my old guy is, GPEC. He said Pact of the Blade. He is fun.
Actually, I've been... my problem with that is partly I'm saving the Warlock class for two specific things.
That's for if I ever run the campaign where your Garland gets to be your patron.
That's one of them, yes.
We're gonna do that eventually. That's gonna happen.
See again my reference to you could have an entire party of warlocks and none of them would overlap. I think probably a third of the characters I have sitting in my repository have at least 2 or 3 levels of warlock in them.
The other thing that I'm saving the Warlock for is actually Grolid.
Okay.
depending on how things go once he gets his hands on that dagger.
Gotcha. Fair enough.
So,
You didn't learn from me.
well, first off, maybe he did, but maybe the dagger is just overpowering. Artifacts can be that.
Hey, that's enough meta for that game. Let's focus on the task at hand. We're a little sidetracked.
But anyways, yes, you're right, Josh. Let's get back to what we're doing here.
Sorry, not trying to be a killjoy. I just don't want to kill any of the story for there.
No, you're good. You're correct. We should absolutely move back to what we're supposed to be doing.
Sean,
Sir.
let me throw a possible wrinkle at you. If you were to do the paladin, what is it, greenkeeper or whatever that is?
He's paladin.
The Oath of the Ancients.
Yeah.
Oath of the Ancients paladin. So one of the flaws that's listed as a possibility for this character is that she feels the pull of emotion and doesn't know why, or can't control it. She feels shamed by it. Presently, it's your character that is causing those emotions. Because what you're doing and what you are, and knows that she can't do that, and that lack of ability to do that is by turns making her envious, pissing her off, or filling her with yearning.
What is this feeling so sudden and new?
And copyright strike.
It's something quite bizarre. What's this? What's this? Just a possible wrinkle.
Frank, what are you thinking for your cleric? You got a race in mind yet? Oh, Frank fell asleep.
At the moment, I'm
there.
still leaning towards Reborn, but I was looking at
Okay.
Tiefling, but I don't think they can be. I don't know. I'm trying to find something to fit with the domain I want.
Tiefling would work. You still leaning toward the grave, cleric of the grave?
I'm thinking of domain of death.
Oh, specifically of death. Okay. I said whimsical, and now we've got Yuan Ti and a cleric of death.
Oh, yeah. The Addams family is very whimsical.
I could do a turtle of death. That would be interesting. But
Turtles work here.
Okay, that's it. That gets me the personality pattern for this character, Morticia Addams. Yep.
If you guys wanted to play Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, you could.
Wow.
We don't have to be monks.
Nah, there's a samurai fighter class.
Oh, hey, there you go.
actually, I like the cleric. What is it? The war cleric?
Yeah, I rolled up one of those. They look like fun.
I guess it's a reborn of the Calistar. Calistar would work with dead because of the spirits. What's that? Either actually the fun one would be the reborn because it has so many issues.
Sure.
If I go with reborn, if I can actually like, if there's a way to make me like fake being alive, in a sense.
What do you mean?
Well, if you look at it, you got some like your reborn origins. If you follow that, you know, stitches bind your body. Or after clawing free from your grave, you realize you have no memories except for the single name. That's interesting stuff.
Mm-hmm. So why would you want to ruin it by making it seem like you were alive after all?
Yeah, that's true.
Dude, you would look like this guy I saw in Supernatural. The Supernatural hero today. That was freaking crazy.
Oh, well, I don't know. I was thinking like Anthony goes, "You're not gonna do female," and then I was like, "Well, what about Jack Skeleton's girlfriend?"
Oh yeah,
Sally.
I know. That's Sally. Yeah, that's the thing. All stitched up, so it's like this weird, not quite Frankenstein deal, you know?
Frank finally made his way back to Sally.
No, I'm not gonna use that name, so don't
It's
worry.
Sally. Still a good Sally. I was thinking about that game earlier today.
All right, I think everybody's close. Grola, do you have a racer class yet?
I am heavily leaning towards not the fighter.
Okay. How about you jump over to race? Maybe a race will pop out to fill in which of the classes makes the most sense.
No, I was making a joke there. I think I'm probably going to go with the paladin. The barbarian, like I said, I did rule out the fighter mostly because the subclass of fighter I want to play doesn't fit in anywhere ever, sadly. I want to play a cavalier, but it in a forest, where does the mounted guy A, find a horse? B, if it's not a horse, is it game breaking because now it's not a horse?
Right.
C, if you're riding through the forest, do you smack into a tree?
Yeah.
If nobody
These
else
are
is
basically
around.
all the questions that everybody has asked since the Cavalier came out.
Exactly. So, like I said, it's something I really do want to play, but it requires a very specific setting, sadly.
Right.
I have a setting drawn up for that where I was going to play where most characters culturally were going to be like knights, where they're mounted type people. Cavalier would be perfect for that.
Now, if you play
Never had
Paladin,
a
you do have Summon Steed spell.
Yeah, but it's not the same. It's not a cavalier.
How do you think Dahan gets around so fast?
You like the Cavalier from D&D, the cartoon?
I haven't seen that in so long. I don't even remember there being a cavalier.
He used the shield for everything.
So Captain America?
Kind of.
All right, so Paladin, what about a race?
Well, there's the easy answer, which is elf. But there's a lot of other good things here that fit. So, has everyone else got an answer for themselves?
We're all waiting on you. Outside
As
of
usual.
Whiskey, who's kind of waffling between two, but I think he's leaning toward one.
What are you doing?
Who?
You who?
The elf folk?
Who are you asking?
Corinne, I can't hear her.
Oh, she decided a long time ago.
I don't know her rate though.
I'm gonna be a fairy wizard.
Nice.
She said she's gonna be a fairy that blows things up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I thought she was joking when she said that.
No.
Nope, that
I was like,
sounded
"Ooh."
very determined.
It sounds very fun. I'm gonna throw fire.
gonna go-
and things and stuff.
I'm gonna go reborn cleric of death.
Perfect. I like
Makes
it.
sense.
Sean, if you're gonna go elf, I encourage you to look at the Eladrin. And there's actually there's two entries, so look at the one with the icon with more like the red hair. That's the better one,
Are those the ones that change?
based on the season.
Oh yeah, I've read these before. They're actually pretty cool.
And their abilities are really cool too. You don't have to change, but you can. You can actually just embody one particular emotion and one type and stay that way. Or you can change with the season. It's up to you. Yeah, I've always loved these.
Yeah, my only problem is that I'd have to remember to actually try and change my personality if I wanted to do that.
Sure.
Do you have to change with the season, or can it change with your temperament?
I think you change with the seasons is the idea, but again, you just kind of stay. You could just stay the same.
I've been listening to a podcast where he changes depending on his emotions. He gets mad and then he kind of goes to the summer or something.
Gotcha. So upon birth, they're associated with one of the 4 seasons. And so their coloring is based on their association, but it does, some of them do change over time. Or this one actually says they could change to match your emotional state. So it depends on the way you want to play them.
I have it narrowed down to a small list already. And that being
already an hour later.
Yeah, no. I knew if I were going to go the paladin, I already had a small list that it was going to be narrowed down to. And that is elf, gnome, satyr. What was the last one? There was a 4th one. Furbolg.
Okay.
Furball?
Yes.
I've always loved the idea of gnomes that chop things up.
Makes perfect sense.
In Pathfinder, I had a gnome fighter who had the serious Napoleon complex.
Nice.
You also had a cannibalistic halfling.
He was amazing.
He was scary.
Satyr looks cool and fits the area.
You get a plus on charisma too.
Well, that could change depending, because I'll always activate the origin changey thingies.
Right.
Yeah, he's just saying because Paladin's charisma is one of your primary stats.
Which I know it comes from 2nd edition. I've still never understood it.
That's what we were talking about earlier. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Force of will, sheer intimidation, and aura, I guess. But
You used to use it a lot more in 2nd edition, as I recall. There were a lot of skills that were tied to it that you could use it for.
You, of course, have the idea of considering checking out one of the draconic races.
right,
Just because they're new and cool.
including
including
the kobold. If you wanted to be a small,
That would be awesome. A kobold.
the new kobold is actually pretty cool.
I'll have to check out. Is it under the draconic
Yeah, it's
races?
one of the draconic ones.
Oh, okay. Let me check it out, because I've always liked the kobold.
You can bonus action draconic roar. You
Very small.
and your allies have advantage on attack rolls against any of the enemies who could hear the roar within 10 feet of you. And you also can choose one of 3 different things that you basically inherited from your draconic ancestors.
Maybe go to avoid or end frightened, sorcerer cantrip, or a tail attack. How does this little 3-foot dragonling have a die 6 plus strength modifier tail slap?
Dude, my character would be so jealous. She has
Tail
a
is all muscle.
Yeah, pretty much.
All tail.
Straight up muscle. It's not a cow tail.
Right.
All I'm picturing now is an iguana on 2 legs.
Oh, they're evil.
Have you ever been slapped by an iguana's tail?
Yes.
That shit hurts.
Bearded dragon.
It was bad.
Yeah, bearded dragon's not nearly as bad. Iguanas are assholes.
I think I'm gonna rule out the satyr just because I don't know enough about satyrs in this world and game to play one.
They added satyrs specifically for the the Greek equivalent that they did that was part of Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
So they haven't really been grandfathered into a lot, so I can't give you too much detail on them.
Did have one in Critical Role first season.
Sort of. Not really.
In the Feywild.
Sort of. Not really. Garmelie was not actually Garmelie nor a satyr.
He ended up being like a faking or something, didn't he?
He was faking?
An archfey,
Yeah, something like that.
Artagan.
That's an awesome picture.
Do it. Come on, do it.
My goodness.
And he uses a broken sword because he can't wield a full-size sword.
Exactly. That's actually a longsword that's broken because he can't pick it up. And the best thing is, the Yuan Ti has already decided that she gets feelings stirred up when she looks at you.
You're adorable.
That's it.
Yeah,
she thinks
she wants
you're
to make me her pet.
Right.
Dude, you are her Grogu.
Sorry, don't get the reference.
Mandalorian.
Oh yeah, I haven't watched it.
Oh, dude.
Oh, wait. Oh, Baby Yoda?
Yes,
Yes.
Baby Yoda.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. If you just said that.
Yeah, I would have got Baby Yoda because that's all over the damn interwebs.
Everybody knows who Baby Yoda is.
You need to watch it. You need to watch it.
Yeah, I need to watch a few things from them, from Disney Plus, and from other streaming services I don't have, like Star Trek. I mean, whatever streaming service Star Trek is on.
Of course.
Currently Paramount Plus.
Discovery. Awesome. Awesomeness.
All right. Everybody
Yeah, I've got it
race
narrowed
class?
down to 2. I've got it narrowed down to 2 races,
All right,
and
well,
I'll pick one.
We'll go to ability score for you last then. Let's do. I have you guys in the campaign. You guys might be able to do this. Somebody humor me here and roll a d20 inside of D&D Beyond.
How do you do that?
In
Hold
the
on.
bottom left corner, the dice.
Here it is, an 11.
I don't have that.
You
I
should.
see it anyway. I'm on the abilities page.
Yeah, the bottom
rolled
left
it.
corner, the big
The
red
red
button.
circle with a white D20 in it.
What?
I rolled. I got a 15.
Okay, nothing actually came in on the builder. That's unfortunate. Because I have all
Yeah,
you
that-
guys in the. I was going to see if you could just roll right in there.
I don't
Well,
even
so
Oh,
you're talking
I
about for rolling stats, you can actually roll it on the stat page.
I know, I just wanted everybody to be able to see it. So I was trying to see that. All right, so here is. Let me double check that it actually is set up properly. Yeah, so I do have a roll 4d6, keep the highest 3, and re-roll 1s already set up in the system. If you guys would like to roll like I just did,
might as well do it
use
that
Avray, then you can. So all it is !threshold. And I think
That's it?
Yep, that's it. I believe
What do you
I
want
have
to
the
go
settings
first?
changed for everybody.
Oh, okay.
Yes, because I also have it set up to have a no less than 74 total points. And I will let you re-roll all of them, like do another re-roll once, but you have to keep the second roll. So be very certain that you don't like the first one.
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah. But you have.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I got a reasonable set.
Oh, I got 15, so I may keep that.
Steve, the first time you had a space after exclamation mark, the second time you have 2 H's.
Okay, so which is correct? No space and 1 H?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that works.
Okay, and we'll do the standard thing that we like to do, which is if you don't have an 18, you can take your highest one and make it an 18.
I actually
Oh,
rolled
you,
one.
you said that after I re-rolled everything.
Okay, well, I like those stats. You're not going to get them any better than that.
So on ability score, just switch to manual rolled, and you can punch those in whatever order that you want. And we'll go through. Once you guys have them allocated, we'll go through and say them out loud just so everybody can hear.
Hey, Josh, stat-wise, what's good for Ranger? Dex and what else?
I mean, I went a little bit more strength for the athleticism.
So Steve's going to depend on how much of it you're going to use your powers and spells versus just straight, like you said, athleticism. Wisdom would be your casting stat, but if you're not going to do a whole lot of spell casting or powers, then you don't necessarily need the wisdom, although that's still good for your perception and survival and stuff like that. And then if are you making an archer?
Archer.
Okay, I was going to say Constitution, but if you're not planning on being in the front line, then Con won't be as big of a deal.
Yeah. I probably should have backed off a little bit more on Con on Link's build, but
Link's been unconscious more than anybody else, even as it stands.
That's not true. I think it's only happened twice.
Which is more than anybody else.
I thought Pixit happened a couple of times.
Yeah.
No, Pix just finds ways to completely eliminate himself from the encounter.
Oh no, we expect that from Pix.
Willem's been unconscious twice in one encounter.
True, that is correct.
Was that Willem or was that Zipek?
No, that was Willem. You dropped Grolid once too.
Grolid likes to wander off in front of everybody.
You said make your highest.
You can,
one of them.
If you don't have an 18, turn your highest into an 18.
Hey, that looks good. That's the thing. I had to enable digital dice. I did not have it enabled. That's why I couldn't dice roll.
Oh, I see. Got it.
It's not bad stats.
Yeah, I think Frank, you and Steve ended up with the two highest totals, 81 and 81.
Oh, do we need to chop those down?
No, you're fine.
No,
You're fine.
no.
No, I had it
But
set.
I didn't want to reroll because I'll just get something less. No.
I had it set where it would automatically discard and re-roll all of them just internally if the numbers were less than 74 total. So
Gotcha.
that's why you see the fun fact at the bottom. Was it whiskey? Yeah. So Frank's roll of 10 attempts, 5 of them were too low to even bother. So it just completely threw it out and re-rolled everything again.
Hasn't it lost my race?
So we can put our race into this because I think mine is like I know I choose.
You need to do all that in the race section. You shouldn't be tweaking anything in the ability scores other than putting in the numbers that
Well,
you
the
just
question
rolled.
is, do I do 3+1s now, or do I take my wisdom to 20,
What do you mean 3+1s?
or do I do like I can increase 3 stats at +1? So I could do.
Oh, in
Since
your
my-
race section itself?
If my wisdom's at 18, I could do strength, con, and dex, which would become a 14, a 16, and a 15. But I don't know if that really matters.
No, the even numbers are going to matter. The odd numbers won't.
Right, so I think I will raise my wisdom to the highest I can.
You're doing that all in the race section?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I have to look back.
Grolid, what'd you land on?
Oh, I'm gonna do what everyone here wants me to do. What all the people listening at home, if there's anyone listening at home, want me to do.
Cheering you on. Yeah, I'll make sure to
Finish
include
your
that picture.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm going Kobold Paladin in case you hadn't figured it out.
All right, fair enough.
It's almost like halfling barbarian, so yeah.
Nice.
So we have
Nice.
a Kobold Paladin, we have an Owlfolk Monk, We have a fairy wizard.
No, Alpha thief, right?
Sorry, thief. Yes, thank you.
Not thief, rogue.
Rogue. Yes, he hasn't. He may not be thiefy.
He could be a swashbuckler for all we know. Yeah.
A fairy wizard, a Loxodon monk, a reborn cleric of death, and a Yuan Ti ranger. Correct?
Yes.
Seems appropriate.
All right. I will build a character with you guys, partly so I can participate in this, but partly so if anybody else is running in this little town, then I've got a character with you.
Have one.
Yep. So, any recommendations for filling out the crew here?
Healer?
You got a cleric of death.
A cleric.
Yeah, it's true.
It's cleric of death, so he may not heal anything. He inflicts wounds, not cures it.
As long as he's doing that to the bad guys, I'm okay.
Once I heal my memories, I'm fine.
Your paladin of the ancients will be able to do that a little bit.
What about...
I may be the boring character that Sean didn't want to be.
Why?
That's
Because I can make him not boring.
Ooh, that sounds like a challenge, Sean.
This is going to be mostly forest-based, right? There's not going to be like water around or anything, correct?
There is a river that runs through / past the town, but no, you're not like high seas or anything.
I was looking at the smuggler background, but it seems like it's mostly water-based.
What are we missing? We're missing... Are we missing truly a fighter, or does that matter?
Well, you've got your paladin, you've got your monk. Those are the two.
And the cleric can handle if I up her strength.
Depending on what you do with the cleric. Yeah, you also have the ranger that's going to be, it's martial, not spellcasting. So you guys are actually caster light technically. And your rogue is probably going to be, my guess, Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm guessing maybe dual wield stab.
Yeah, most likely.
So you got actually a lot of frontliners.
How about sorcerer?
I could go sorcerer. I could also drop in, I could do bard. I could do artificer. Any of these give me quite a bit of flexibility there.
I could see you playing the artificer with a protector.
Okay, yeah, I'll do artificer. I'll give him the tinker.
Oh, for my 3 classes, I guess. What do you think for her? Protector?
If she's
known.
If she's a cleric, she's probably, or cleric of death specifically, probably isn't a student. She may be a citizen of the town, or yeah, she may be there as a protector. I'm saying she. What are you end up going with? A male or female?
See, that's the thing. I have some really interesting pictures. So.
Hey now.
No, shut up. It's thinking.
Before you jump into all of the background stuff, because I'm trying to walk everybody through step by step, you guys need to, at this point, really be starting to figure out how you know each other. And so backgrounds may play a part of that. I don't want you to build your character in a vacuum and then shoehorn it in. How do you actually know these people from either the school or the town in some way?
That's the picture I'm going with. I'm thinking that you may not even know male or female, but more female.
Very androgynous. Okay.
Because she doesn't know her past. She
Sure.
lack of memories.
Yeah, that's fair. I might play an Eladrin.
Elf?
Yeah, an
I'll be-
Eladrin artificer.
I'll be honest. I kind of wish I had known you were going to go in on it too, to fill in a gap there, because I might have actually gone the Druid of Wildfire.
I specifically wanted to lay off until everybody had settled in because I didn't want you guys to wait for me to pick something. I was just going to fill in the gap, and you actually
Then go
left
for
the utility
Druid of
character.
Wildfire. I mean,
Yeah,
Anthony
build
can
what
fill
you
in.
want to build.
He'll build a fighter then. It's fine.
No, don't worry. I'm already here now.
That doesn't make a difference. We want you to play what you want to play. I'm more intrigued for mine now too. So
No, I'm already here now. He's already got his idea now.
Oh, you know me. I have like 13 different ideas. I could change on a dime.
So could I. No,
You
I've
could
already.
change on a dime. You could change on a 50-cent piece at the rate you're going.
Oh no! I could change. How long it would take me to complete the change? That's a whole other story. But I could change. I could change on a pinhead. Like, no, I'm done with this one. We're gonna go elsewhere. I got like 60 different ideas to choose from. Let me figure out one of them.
All right, so I haven't got any answer from anybody yet. How do you guys actually know
For
each
what?
other? You need to start building this in at this point, because
a
you're
resident of this town, so I live here. I assume I meet people around the town.
No, it's
And
not people. It's not people.
No,
Everybody in this group, you have not just seen in passing. You have had some sort of meaningful interaction with them at some point. This is a very small town. You're talking probably a couple hundred people at most, plus the school.
Okay, that's what I was expecting, because my thought was that I would actually be the child of an ambassador from the Feywild.
Okay.
And because my parents being ambassadors and the town being so small, they'd kind of want to have introduced themselves to most people. But the other side of that is I went rogue, specifically because I'm rebelling against my parents. So, yeah, I'm in my teens.
Yeah, embrace that edge.
Yep.
We have an edgelord owl.
Which, Anthony, you should be proud of me, because this is the most thought out that I've ever had a character.
This is true.
Are you gonna like soot your feathers so they're black?
Of course. Put them all to one side, blocking my eyesight slightly.
Tease them real good so they fluff out real hard.
I found you. Let's see. There you go.
That's perfect. That's horned owl. A great horned owl.
No, it's a Stygian. Stygian
Oh,
owl.
that's Jin. Oh. Bad.
All right, so we have. Did we decide 2 defenders or only 1 defender? We have Grolid. Are you still
Yeah, I
sticking
think-
with the defender role?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely going defender. Working on the actual character build itself, but beyond that, yeah, definitely defender.
Okay. And Frank, were you leaning toward defender for the cleric or just a townsperson?
Well, it depends on what I'm leaning towards for my background. Like
Right.
example is I'm thinking I either crawled my way out of a grave, and possibly Steve's character found me just walking around, wandering. Because if I go that way, then I only have my name. I have no other memories. So I couldn't be a defender. I'd probably be a townsperson that way.
Let me ask you this, because this may help flesh out the character a little bit more. What was your original race? Who were you prior? Maybe you don't know a whole lot of the details, but what
I'm gonna say elf.
Okay.
At the look that I got for her, I would say yes. More like a pallid elf.
Okay. Let me
With
go
pale
this
skin?
route then. Well, you're definitely pale skinned now.
Yes, but pallid.
As the reborn. Let me throw this out at you, because this is where we start to build out the town as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking that you may be the daughter of the headmaster, and the Yuan Ti was actually hired because we can flesh out exactly what happened, but something happened to you and your body was lost, and they had a ritual there at the school that they were potentially able to bring you back in some form, but they needed the body. And so this Yuan Ti bounty hunter was actually sent out, hired to go retrieve your body.
How was my body missing?
That's up to you. Where did you die? How did you die? You may not even remember that, but that may be why your body wasn't here.
I have another idea. You can fill it in.
Sure.
Maybe a raid on the town. I was taken. Because maybe they took some kids. And I ended up abused.
If it was attacked, it probably would have been from the Feywild. Because again, nobody knows that this place exists unless you have a reason to know, at least in Exandria.
Then I guess if you have an evil group in there or something, they raided the town.
Yeah, there's plenty of evil groups, creatures.
I was out playing with a group of kids, and they took me. I don't know how long ago that was, or it was just recently, or I went after the kids and ended up dying.
Sure.
And then I don't have any memory of that, but the Yuan Ti was sent into the Feywild to find me and retrieve my body.
Okay.
That would make more sense. And that might be why the magical resurrection didn't work as what they thought was. Maybe my spirit was kind of trapped in the Fey and wouldn't come through.
It's possible, sure. It may also be, I was thinking that whatever happened to you, they may have actually trapped your soul, and so they were only able to actually get your body back. And your soul is still kind of lost.
Maybe my soul is somewhere, and that would be interesting in the process of the game to find it.
Right. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, to give you more of a things to play with for me. So that would be cool.
So here's what I think I'm going to do to build this in. The NPC/PC that I'm going to build is going to be at least what you remember to be your kid brother. But enough time has passed that he's now actually enrolled in the academy, in the university as well. So that's going to be this Eladrin. And probably what has happened to you has seasoned maybe even his ability to change his features with the season. He may just kind of be perennially stuck in winter. I'm not really sure yet. So he would then be the son of the headmaster as well.
Then I would go with one name and my name Alice. Be done.
Sure.
Instead of having some really elaborate name, I'll just go with Alice. That's kind of creepy alone.
ALYSS.
Alice, maybe, however my dad spelled it. That'll be fine. What is Marquesian?
Marquesian is So Marquette is like a island, but don't think island nation. It's just more like the size of like Australia in comparison, in the far like southwest of where you guys are. If you guys remember Gilmore from campaign 1 of Critical Role, he was actually from Marquesian. The other language that is specific to Wildmount is Zimnian, if you have an interest in that.
I think I took Elvish because I was Elvish.
Sure, that makes sense.
It makes more sense that I spoke it, so I was thinking of picking up a dead language, but no.
How about everybody else? We got a little bit of connection there started.
Still working on the background choice as far as the mechanic.
I mean, I'm kind of a guard almost.
Do you want to have grown up in the Wildmount Village and the Feywild, kind of a little bit of both? This has just always been home?
This has always been home, moving back and forth between, the Feywild side of the village and the Wildmount side of the village, but this village has always been home.
Okay. That's easy enough.
It did attend the school and ended up, following the path of the ancients and taking the oath and basically becoming a protector of the area. But how he knows he is a protector. Maybe the headmaster thought that whatever happened to his daughter, maybe more than just one bounty hunter was necessary, or at least prudent.
Well, they definitely.
In the
So
search.
the way that the tree is protected is that there are, I wouldn't say militia, but it's not that much better than a militia in the town itself, that kind of volunteer to take shifts. Largely, it's the university sends representatives from the Feywild. So you have very well dressed, very well adorned people on both sides of the Great Tree. So whether you are one of like the volunteer militia, or whether you're kind of a recruit in training to be one of the official Fey Guard, that's up to you.
I would say he's probably looking to be one of the, like, whatever. When you say militia versus Fey Guard clearly sounds more prestigious, if you will, but that's definitely the route he would be going.
Okay. Yeah, so it's one of those things where they may have like 5 or 10 of the town militiamen kind of standing guard. The equivalent would be having 2 of the Fey Guard on this side. The larger contingent is on the other side because the Feywild is deemed much more dangerous than a Wildmount is, both in location but also in how much is known about the Great Tree on both sides. So they might have a contingent of 20 to 30 on the Feywild side, always watching in shifts and protecting the tree on that side.
And my character would have had shifts on both sides of the portal.
Right, especially if you're in training. They're going to show you, here's protocol here, it's kind of backwoods, backwater version. Here's the official way to do it. You need to learn both.
Exactly. As for, like I was saying before, though, as for how he knows people, I was thinking, and this doesn't at all have to be at, how it goes. This is just me, throwing darts at a dartboard here. But perhaps, like I said, the headmaster thought that maybe just the single bounty hunter wouldn't be prudent in the search for his daughter or her body, and ask the Feywild or the Feywatch if they could lend somebody to perhaps be a bit more protection for the hunter.
It would be that. It would be also to keep an eye on me too, because my reputation would be very shaky.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that this person has the skill set, but not the character traits. And we're going to send somebody who has the character traits, but not necessarily the skill set. And maybe together they'll accomplish something.
And we hated each other that first trip out. You may or may not know, but you have kind of grown on her now. But she hated you at first.
Like a fungus.
She hated having you looking over her shoulder all the time.
You mean between her legs?
She doesn't have legs.
Around her hips.
That works.
The kobold is not going to be able to see over anybody's shoulder.
Yeah, I took that a whole different meaning when you said between her legs last time.
I realized after I said that, I was like, I'll just let her ride. Okay, so we'll officially call it the Feywatch. I like that name. The commander on either side, there's like an equivalent position on both sides, although the one on the Feywild side thinks that they're more important because they have the better side. But 2 Fey Wardens. Would anybody like to name the 2 Fey Wardens?
Before we go too much into this and we get too attached to the Feywatch name,
Sure.
Can I try to ruin it?
Always.
I want everyone to picture all of us running in slow motion down a beach in, bathing suits.
I was originally calling them the Fey Guard, but
Feywatch.
you're the one who said Fey Watch, so.
There ain't.
So,
Hey, look! I put a picture up for her. She could be in the Fey Watch.
Anthony, how about
officially-
Valoran?
What is it?
Valoran.
Valoran? He sounds like the snooty one who's on the Feywild side.
Yes, probably.
Yes.
quite.
Quite.
Higgins.
Now, one of my concepts was a rogue, an elf rogue with a very snooty personality. Yes, like pompous, all that.
Higgins sounds like the perfect leader of like the city patrol, the city militia.
Higgins. That's the name of the patrol leader. Higgins. Do it.
Can his second in command be Bosun?
Roscoe.
I don't know. I was going with Higgs Bosun.
Roscoe.
I had a Firefly character who was the bosun.
Anybody know where the Dominion of Death is?
Oh wait, no, that was the
It's domain, isn't it?
Is it domain?
Domain of death, not
I don't know where
dominion.
it is.
Go to classes cleric.
I
Death
didn't see it in
domain.
there.
Death
Is
domain.
it there?
Yeah, it's right underneath Arcana.
Oh, well, swing it.
Now you're not going to get to that. Well, you get it at second level, actually. No, you get it at first level, so you can just pick it on your drop-down list.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm looking at it. Okay.
Most people are going to have to wait till level 3 to get their subclass.
I just happened to like the cantrip Reaper.
The cantrip, what? Oh, the Reaper ability for the cantrip.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Nice. So I think Nona and Nona's on your thing. Corinne and Brian, those are the two we have heard the least from so far. I like Link's connection with the ambassadorship. We should probably figure out how he's connected to people, but I like the background so far. What do the two of you have?
I think I want to be a cook somewhere, maybe at the school.
Okay, I could see that. So maybe you're a practicing monk, but not like a learning monk. You just kind of practice on your own.
I think something like that, yeah.
That would make sense. and you may actually be trying to take other people under your wing. You're
my ears.
You're not there yet. Under your ears, under your trunk. You're not there yet, but
It's
do you
always
know
the
what
thing.
subclass you're leaning toward?
I have not looked at subclasses for monk yet.
Quite okay. That's why we're starting at 2. So depending on how things go early on, like I was telling you guys, there will be a little bit of action, a little bit of kind of plot to develop, and then you will very quickly get your 3rd level. So those of you who don't have a subclass will get to it at that point. So you may be just fine waiting and figuring that out later.
Maybe there is a single monk, an older gentleman who lives in town, and maybe just like during the evenings or something, I'd go and learn from him.
It may be the only other Loxodon in town.
Oh, a Loxodon at that.
Who else is
He
going to
sells
never
trunks.
forget?
That's true.
He sells trunks. Nice.
He's a traveling salesman.
So,
Let's rabbit
I'd
out
actually-
of my trunk.
so I'd actually like to backtrack just a touch.
Sure.
I'm working on the character build. I've got race and class, but the actual abilities coming in for Paladin, we are doing 2nd level.
2nd level for start, yes.
Okay, so in that case, I do have to pick a fighting style. And considering that everybody and their mother is using great weapons in the main campaign, I'm absolutely ruling that out.
Fair enough.
I've
Especially
got
since
it.
you're small enough that great weapon for you might still be a short sword.
Exactly. I've got it actually narrowed down to 3. I'm considering, and to be honest, one of them is kind of meh. Protection, which is one of the ones I'm really leaning towards. Which, as long as I'm wielding a shield and there's an attack against somebody else other than me within 5 feet of me, I can impose disadvantage. Defense, which gives me a bonus to armor class. That's kind of meh. It's a great ability, but it's...
Before you go any further, let me remind everybody that you have the optional feature manager on the class section, and you are welcome to turn on as many options on there as you'd like. I'm saying that because I think the Paladin may have additional options. I know the
They do.
Ranger does. I think the Paladin might, though.
They do. The last option comes from there, I believe,
Okay.
because I've already turned them on. And that's Blessed Warrior, which gives the Paladin 2 cleric cantrips.
Which Paladins don't otherwise have cantrips.
Exactly.
So that's pretty
And
powerful.
it is pretty powerful. I was leaning towards that one, or the one that allows me to basically throw my shield in front of
The
attacks on
defender,
other people. Yeah. With the idea being like in character, either he's a bit more of a, and maybe Holy Warrior is not quite right, because I'm not even taking religion as a skill.
Right.
But more of a, I guess, Blessed Warrior, giving him more, spell casting ability, or being more of a, much less on the spellcaster, more on just the protector type. Basically exactly what the fighting styles, say, but making it more a part of the character.
Right.
Which is why I'm actually asking about it rather than just picking one, because I'm actually going to let the fighting style kind of dictate the character's personality a bit.
Sure.
I'm wondering if anyone wants to chime in on that.
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
He's
AFK, what was that?
he's asking about a few different fighting style options based on what everybody else is planning on doing in combat.
Well, the picture that he put up, he was sword and board.
Yes,
know
but
if
he
you
can
wanna
be
go.
sword and board and have he can choose the Blessed Warrior
Yeah.
option that gives him 2 cleric cantrips, and he can still fight sword and board. He just wouldn't necessarily get the ability to defend people as well.
My question is, you said your character was not necessarily religious.
Correct.
What are your other options?
Well, like I said, it's Blessed Warrior, which gives him the spells. You don't have to be religious to take these spells. This could easily be the kind of thing that comes from a connection to the Fae.
Not be blessed because of your worship, because you worship particularly, but that still doesn't mean a deity might not have chosen to bless you anyway.
Also possible.
You could be somebody's champion and not even realize it.
Very possible. I'm certainly not going to rule that out as a possibility. So that is one of the rights. The other one would be the protection, which mechanically lets me impose disadvantage on the attack roll of an enemy striking a ally within 5 feet of me, as long as I have a shield.
I like it. I like them both, actually. They both could be very useful.
They both could be useful, and I'm wanting to mold, though, like a little bit of my character's personality around the fighting style. Like if I go protection, then I might be the character. I might try to play the character more as, excuse me, more as a guardian or a protector. Whereas if I went with Blessed Warrior, they might, again, without having to necessarily be religious. Maybe a bit more spiritual. Maybe leaning into that connection to the Fae a touch more. And I'm wondering what y'all think.
Well, possibilities.
Did the last.
What's the more spiritual one?
No.
It would give him some ranged capability in that I could take the spell Sacred Flame, possibly even some AoE ability in Word of Radiance. Okay, that's. Anyone else want to throw in their 2 cents, or does that sound about it?
The big question I would ask is whether anybody felt like they needed defending, based on the frontliners that you've got. If everybody feels like their armor class is relatively high, and they're either going to be okay on their own, or maybe won't be the primary target anyway, then it may not matter to have the defender, unless you just wanted to go that route for the flavor of it. But that would have to be answered by the people who are actually going to be frontliners.
I mean, right now my armor class is not great, but I'm still a frontline fighter, though.
I haven't even looked at that yet. I'm still trying to figure out my background.
As a monk, your armor class should always be really good.
Not if your dex is lower.
Oh, you went low dex?
I went more of a strength build.
Gotcha.
I could switch it and reap the benefits from it, but I feel like this would really just be a stronger character.
Your monk attacks, I think, are still... I mean, I guess finesse weapons can use strength or dex. So I guess that would
it
still
says
be
I can use my dex to replace my strength for attack and damage.
Right.
I think I just decided to make it a stronger monk as opposed to a more nimble.
Do you get to hit people with your trunk?
Well, yeah, I can. I can make an unarmed attack with it.
Very cool.
The Loxodon Cleric of the Grave that I had would reach out with his trunk and like press it on people's forehead and do inflict wounds.
That's awesome.
That's great.
Nona, or I keep saying Nona because that's what your name is on here. Corinne, you got ideas for your your fairy?
Yeah, she was actually, I was thinking student. And
That makes sense for a wizard, for
it
sure.
does, because you're an internal student. You know, and she is fascinated by loxodons, apparently, because she doesn't know that many. And so it gives her a reason to, she has spent a lot of time around our monk that works at the school, picking his brain and working at learning his language.
Well, and if he's the cook, I can absolutely picture this petite little fairy that eats more than everybody else at the school.
Exactly.
And magically is not putting on any pounds whatsoever.
Why do I feel like we're slowly building something along the lines of Black Clover?
Right, I was thinking some sort of anime. This has to be some kind of anime at this point.
I mean, you burn a lot of calories constantly flitting around. Come on, think about it. If wings don't, magically, produce energy on their own.
So, makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
So then you would probably know the character I'm making. And depending on how long you've been a student, you may know Frank's character prior to death, or you may have at least been reintroduced to her in her current capacity. Frank will have to figure out how much she's reintegrated back into society and how long she's been around.
I'm looking at what I'm doing in town, so I'm working on that.
Yeah, the background I'm taking is a cloistered scholar.
I think you've got some killer spells, though. But yeah. Yeah, when I can touch you at 0 and stabilize you, yeah, that's a cantrip.
Oh, that's Spare the Dying, yeah. That one's not too bad. But yeah, as a cantrip, that one's nice. The Cleric of the Grave can actually do Spare the Dying at range instead of touch.
I can switch.
Totally up to you. I'm just saying that I don't know all the stuff that
I don't know what the advantage
Cleric can do.
I have to look and see what the advantage of the grave would be. I gotta remember, where's that from? What book?
Oh, just find it in the Cleric section.
It's Xander's Guide.
Go to classes Cleric, and they're all listed on the side.
In the Cleric?
Yeah, go up to the top under Game Rules and click Cleric.
Yes.
And then all the domains are listed down the side.
Under Game Rules, Cleric. Oh, never mind. I see where you were at when I was just clicking.
Yeah, so you can scroll through and compare all of them that you want. Corinne, so the next question is, because if you're starting at level 2, then you've actually started in your school.
Yeah.
Are you going to take one of the traditional schools, or you want more information on one of the specialized schools?
Give me more information about one of the specialized schools.
Okay, so this one will eventually be in D&D Beyond. I'll send you the PDF, but I can explain some of the details that they've got on here as people are listening in. Plus anybody who is, it might just be you actually. Bard, Warlock, Wizard, and Sorcerer, I think, are the ones that can mess with some of these. So you have 5 different options that are specific only to this college. The Lorehold is Pursuit of History. That doesn't sound necessarily like you. You're wanting to blow things up, right?
Yeah, looking to be a little pyromaniac.
So Prismari might be an option. Visual and performing arts bolstered with the power of the elements. Quandrix would be study and manipulation of mathematics. So you'd have to look into the details, but you might be able to figure out the physics of things and therefore blow them up better. Silver Quill is more the magic of words, and Witherbloom is like a college of alchemy. But you might want to look in the Prismari if you're interested. I can give you more details of that.
That one. Let's hear about that.
Okay, so you mages of Prismari use surges of elemental energy to express who they are and how they see the world. To them, magic and motion are one and the same. Both are exhibitions of raw creativity through which masterpieces are made. In their pursuits of the arts, some Prismari mages focus on perfecting the fine details of their technique, while others prefer to unleash their wild creative visions in dazzling spectacles of elemental power. So you would get, at level 1, or level 2, I guess, when you chose it, you would get proficiency in choose 2, acrobatics, athletics, nature, or performance. Pick 2 of those. And then the other thing you get is you can dash as a bonus action. And then when you use dash as a bonus action, then you can choose one of 3 different elemental effects that happens. One is icy water swirling around you. You can move across the surface of the water as if it was solid ground. And then other people around you basically have to make a strength save or get knocked down because of the ice. There's a fire-based one that the people around where you left, they have to make a spell save DC, or whatever your spell save DC is, or take fire damage as you kind of just literally burn rubber and get out of there. And then the other one is a lightning form, so you can dash and like turn into a bolt of lightning and very quickly move from one space to the other, and you don't provoke opportunity attacks when you're moving and dashing as a bonus action. So, and then you can do that a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus per long rest. So that would be the class thing that you get. You get something else at level 6.
Yeah, I think this works. So we'll do that. It's not currently in the list, so.
Yeah, so that one, let's see. You may not have to choose anything. If you leave it blank, you'll still get all the other stuff. But I wonder if somebody's actually made it and put it in the homebrew stuff. We can look into it later. Those are such minor things that we can leave the page open. Just choose either acrobatics, athletics, nature, or performance. Pick 2 of those and know that you've got proficiency in those 2.
Okay, so I'll go with nature and. I'm not sure what's the other one. I'll think on that one in a minute.
Sure. Some of it may depend on what you end up taking for your background too, because your background might give you some of those.
Oh, I'm sheltered scholar, at least you're scholar.
Oh, so you probably already have, do you have Arcana already? Oh, Arcana wasn't even on the list. Acrobatics, athletics, or performance were your other 3 options. All right. Who haven't I heard from recently?
Yeah, I had nature was skill proficiency for that. I chose.
Oh, so yes. You took that from the Cloistered Scholar, so you don't even need nature from this one.
Yeah.
You can still pick 2 others.
True.
Acrobatics, athletics, or performance.
We'll go acrobatics. I don't know what else. Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Let's see, who has questions on the build? Or who haven't I heard from recently?
think that's everybody, isn't it?
I think we've got ourselves pretty square with where we're at the moment.
Josh,
Yes.
we know why your character is there. Who might you have interactions with, connection to?
Well, it sounded like this fairy person was into all sorts of fun stuff if they like blowing things up. I think that's what I heard her say.
Seems reasonable.
So, that seems like something fun and interesting to a young, impressionable, wanting to get away from his parents' kid.
Makes perfect sense.
Do you know what happens when you put that rag in
I
me?
probably wanted to start hanging out with her. And then, of course, also being a teenager-ish, would probably be very interested in hanging out with our Loxodon friend who cooks food.
You're gonna pretend to be his friend so he feeds you?
Pretty much, yeah. Well, not pretend, but yes.
You're gonna say, because you're emo, you're gonna say that you're pretending, but you're actually his friend.
Exactly. I don't really care about any of you, but
So I actually maybe do have a bit more for connections.
Sure.
One of the things that if you looked on my rolls in the Avray, you'll notice I have a 9 for a stat, which I have dropped into dexterity.
Okay.
I'm thinking perhaps we, being myself and the Yanti pureblood, maybe did not like one another at all. And maybe what started to change that, at least maybe for her, was that during our little adventure expedition, whatever, to go find this person or body or whatever, something happened where my character stepped in to protect that person, to protect her from something, and took a permanent injury.
An arrow to the knee?
Yeah, exactly. I'm already, because I was thinking with the 9 dexterity, I was thinking of maybe having him walk with a slight limp.
Sure, makes sense. I could totally see both of your characters refusing to talk about it, like not even acknowledging it.
That's shocking, because you don't do that as a young team. You never sacrifice yourself or even any part of yourself for somebody else. Others are sacrificed, not you. It's not willingly do that. And the thing that would confuse her the most would be that he doesn't appear to regret doing it. In fact, he appears proud of that, and she can't fathom it.
But also doesn't go out of his way to like rub it in your face, which most of them would.
No, he never talks about it.
Right.
Yeah, if you were a Yanti, the only reason you would do that is to incur a massive debt from someone.
Correct.
And it would be a deliberate, calculated choice. So she spent some time waiting for him to bring up whatever he thought this debt was going to accrue, and he never did. And she is now utterly confused by that. And that started her emotional twinges. Because that is something she has never seen.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I like this. This sounds exactly like what I had in mind.
It's like I planned it all along.
I don't know about that. Like, just the idea, I looked at it, I'm like, I gotta put this 9 somewhere. Let me put it somewhere no one ever puts a low stat, dexterity. Okay, why is his dexterity so low?
The one class you can get away with putting a dump stat as dexterity is the one that gives you heavy armor to start out.
Yeah, exactly. But there's actually a few classes where you could get away with that.
Eventually. I mean, the fighter can eventually. But yeah, the rest of them don't start out with heavy armor.
What do you mean? Like the gear or
armor proficiency?
Fighters have heavy armor proficiencies at level 1.
I said fighter, but outside of the fighter and the paladin.
Oh yeah,
clerics, I think certain ones can get it, but not all clerics.
Yeah, Oh yeah, I considered a cleric of the nature domain because they get heavy armor and it would really fit, and I could kind of make myself into a frontline fighter as a cleric. But I was like, we already have a cleric. But yeah, a war cleric also gets heavy armor at first level. But yeah, most clerics don't. And actually, I think you're right. I think the fighter and paladin are the only two classes that actually get heavy armor.
See?
Yeah, at least without taking feats.
Yeah, exactly. I had a piece of fudge already. She's over here trying to shove fudge down my throat. But yeah, I do like this background right there. You know what? I'm gonna not change. I went with the spells, the Blessed Warrior for the fighting style, and I think I will not change it to protection, even though it actually would fit.
If you had been a
there.
protection fighter, then you wouldn't have gotten injured.
No.
Exactly. That's exactly where I was going with this. So yeah, you're picking up what I'm putting down here.
I smell what you're stepping in.
Exactly. All right, so that really does, at least for my character, explain why and who and what. Anyone else?
Bueller?
Well, Franca, what have you worked up on your character? What happened to you? How long have you been back? All that sort of thing.
I can think about that now. I was thinking about what I was doing in town. I almost chose Haunted.
The haunted one potentially works.
I forget what that's called.
Haunted
I
one
was looking at
is
Semic. I don't know what Semic Scientist is. I can't find.
That's very specific to Ravnica.
Oh, okay. As I was looking, there's a crap load of backgrounds now.
Yeah, a lot of them are very Ravnica. If they have a name that doesn't make sense, it's probably Magic the Gathering.
Well, it's like there's also a cult investigator. I'm just trying to figure out where she. Like, to me, she was found, and then the ritual, and she woke up, and all she knew was her name. Didn't recognize her dad, didn't recognize anyone else. Probably had that blank, that blank look you have on your face that is just like, and the horror of not knowing. I'm thinking that she is haunted by a lot of dreams from what happened.
Sure.
Not aware of what they are, just like as if they were someone else's and not hers. I know that she doesn't want. She's a cleric of death because she wants death to be done the right way. What happened was not normal.
Right.
So
yeah, that makes sense.
Not so much the grave, but so much of trying to keep.
Want death to be permanent.
Yeah, understanding. Yes, because she got brought back. It's like, this is wrong. I have to die again.
Like the Raven Queen. She's all about proper death. When you die, you're supposed to be dead, not come back as undeath.
So the character I'm working on, Frank.
There's an immortal mortal background. Okay.
I'm going with the celebrity adventurer Scion because of the son of the headmaster. But you were at least gone long enough for him to decide to enter school and find a way to either before they found you or after they brought you back, he's basically decided that his sole purpose in life is to fix you.
Well, I'm thinking that they may have, like Steve may have found my body, but I think they put me in a stasis because until they could get the right ritual. Because since they had to try to pull me from the Fae, it wasn't so much an easy thing to do a resurrection, and my father didn't want to do a reincarnate.
Right.
So I would say maybe they had me in stasis for a year. I don't know. That's something I was never told. So
that, yeah, we can work with that. That maybe you were missing for a year, and then like toward the tail end of that, Jade found you. Jade and Sean, do you have a character name yet? I know that's the last thing you do, isn't it?
Yeah, it's always the very last thing I do.
So Jade and unnamed Kobold Paladin found you toward the end of that first year, and then they left you in stasis for a second year because the the resurrection raise dead ritual didn't work. They couldn't figure out why, because usually all that they need for that type of thing is an active soul, and that soul to be willing. And so they weren't really sure why they couldn't bring you back. And that could be up to you, and maybe your character hasn't even told anybody this. It could be that they couldn't find the soul, and so they had to do a different type of ritual. It could be B, that your soul was not actually willing and they forcibly brought you back anyway. That's totally up to you. But that may also be an explanation as to why you are reborn instead of the normal ritual working right. Because one of the stipulations is that the person who was dead has to be willing to come back.
I may go with the haunted one because that just fits. And then I can work on that nightmare. And that's the point of why you're trying to fix me, is because I have these nightmares.
Right. Well, and you're not yourself. You're not the same person. And he sees that you don't breathe, you don't eat, like you don't do a lot of these things anymore. He just wants his sister back. And
totally creepy now.
I think it's really cool that I get a long rest in 4 hours.
Right. He doesn't find you creepy. He just knows that's not fully my sister, and I want my sister back. Like, he's embraced you, but only embrace you in that you are half of a person, and he wants you to be a whole person again. So yeah, he's gone into the Artificer because pure like divine magic and wizard magic hasn't been able to accomplish anything. So he's really going cool. Artificer in order to try to figure out if science can fix you.
Listen to this. One of her things, a background feature, is Heart of Darkness.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It says, those who look into your eyes can see that you have faced an unimaginable horror and that you are no stranger to darkness. Though they might fear you, commoners will extend you every courtesy and do their utmost to help you. Unless you have shown yourself to be a danger to them, they will even take up arms to fight alongside you, should you find yourself facing an enemy alone.
Right.
That's kind of cool.
Trust me, it comes up less often than you think. Brolin has the Haunted One background.
It depends on your GM.
Well,
I didn't know you ever had the Haunted One, so.
That's the thing. The GM knows certain things, but if you're not actually making use of them, then it doesn't really matter that it's on your sheet.
Well, when has Grolin come across a scenario where he was fighting someone on his own?
When has Grolin ever allowed anybody to look into his eyes?
Exactly.
Well, stop complaining. What is a Dalkier speech?
What is what?
Dalkier? Daelkyr.
Probably also another Ravnica thing.
Okay, I was looking like, I'm thinking of, because I have to take an exotic language, which I took Inferno, which makes sense. But I wonder if I should take Abysmal too. Only because, I should take something like, isn't Sylvan Fae?
Yeah, sort of.
What's the Fae language?
It's the closest thing to, if common is, the material realm, then the closest thing to common in the Feywild would be Sylvan, sure.
Okay.
So what would be a good background choice for me? Because I'm having a little bit of trouble with that.
Let's see. You could also go the route that I did in Celebrity Adventure Scion if you are like son of an ambassador. There's a better one than that. Let's see. That would
Noble.
Oh, that one's not bad.
Yeah, noble is the one. Or inheritor. That's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, but that really requires me to have to inherit something, and
That's true. And inheritor sometimes is better if the parents have died or the person who are giving things has died.
yeah.
Well, he is a rogue, so shouldn't his parents be dead?
I'm a rogue because I'm rebelling, not because of having to.
His is the type of backstory where he, through the course of gameplay, has a reason to become edgy because GM kills his parents.
Oh, okay, like you do this with my tribe. Okay, yeah. Okay, sure.
Yeah, but even then, the noble only gives me skill for fisheries of history and persuasion. I can see the persuasion, but not so much the history, especially being in a foreign land.
Well, you would know the history of the Feywild better than anybody else.
Sure.
And
That's
perhaps maybe you're rebelling because your parents made you focus so heavily on historical education before your teenage years.
Yeah, you could go cloistered scholar for the same reason. That you were kind of forced to be just stuck at home learning because you're going to inherit this ambassadorship, and eventually you just said, screw that, I'm going to go off and do my own thing. Let's see. We have a little bit of connection for everybody at this point, right? Sushi is the name of your kobold?
That's an odd name.
No, there is another purpose behind that.
He's trying to tell me he
Yeah.
wants sushi.
How are we looking for everybody?
I'm working on the background at this point,
Okay.
and one of the ones that did jump out to me was actually inheritor. And if we were going to go that route, I like the idea of inheriting something of a draconic nature.
I would love for your character to claim and have no proof whatsoever, and maybe never be able to prove, but claim that they descended from some sort of powerful ancient dragon.
Please do. That'd be amazing.
Except that he wouldn't lie, so it would be true.
But nobody's going to believe it whether he's lying or telling the truth. You're just a little kobold.
And if it's what you've been told, you assume it's the truth.
Well, see, I actually do like the idea that that the character is, descended from a powerful dragon, and actually both has the proof and also can't produce it. Maybe that's their inheritance. Their inheritance itself would be the evidence, but
He has performance anxiety.
okay, sure, but
It's
also-
your breath weapon.
I was thinking, and obviously this may not work, but I was thinking maybe like a dragon egg.
But wouldn't a dragon
You
hatch
laid
at
it?
some point?
Well, I mean, dragons are inherently magical, and the Feywild is another inherently magical place. Maybe it's meant to hatch, especially if it's from a very, crazy powerful dragon. Maybe it's meant to hatch at the right time.
Oh, wait, that's the egg that you were hatched from.
Is that the reason why you're here? Did you bring it to the college for someone to further investigate?
Actually, that wouldn't be a terrible.
There's got to be a reason why the headmaster sent you specifically to go with the bounty hunter. That maybe he knows the secret that what you brought along and has deemed you trustworthy for various reasons, such as that.
Okay. That seems, actually, I really like that. So are we going to go with dragon egg, though? I mean, those are kind of large. I am not very large.
Well, you probably came with it strapped on your back in the middle of the night.
Okay, so how do I protect it, though, if I'm out on adventures?
These are the questions that you get from people whenever you bring up the fact that you have a dragon egg. Which is why it's nearly impossible for you to actually prove it. And nobody believes you.
Maybe you have a specialized pack that you had made that actually...
I don't think it's anything special. I think it's like sheer force of will and determination you made it, which is why it's nearly impossible for anybody to believe you.
You have a bulge.
He doesn't carry it with him now. I'm sure it's at the university under heavy protection and lock and key.
Definitely found people I trust with that type of great value. Okay, I like this. Yeah, I like this a lot. And that's also why I can't prove it, because it's under lock and key. While I
say,
would,
oh, sure it is.
Yeah, and while I would have, I would have access. It is my inheritance. They wouldn't keep me from it. I have no reason to take it out of the much greater protective place that it's in and then just to prove a stupid little point.
Right.
I like this a lot, actually. Can we go with some kind of a gem dragon? Because I'm kind of enamored of gem dragons. Always have been.
Yes. Roll a D. It's a D6. I think that's what I want. There's 6 options. I can't remember now. I'm telling you this.
5.
It's only 5.
Oh, well, hold on. I'll find out for sure. Give me a sec. And I'll just do this, and I'll go find one of my other characters that I can just mess around
Quickly change the race
with.
for.
Yeah, Bob. We'll use Bob.
Bab.
And race. There are, 5. The topaz, sapphire, emerald, crystal, and amethyst.
Okay, so first question is, what color skin do you have?
Well, that was, I was going to go with whatever we decided here. I hadn't actually picked yet. And if you wanted to make it random, I'm perfectly happy with that. If you have something in mind that you think would fit some kind of story hook later down the line, you can tell me which one you like. If you want to make
I don't have massive overarching story ideas for this group yet, so whatever jumps out at you, otherwise just roll it and we'll figure it out.
Well, we could go with crystal, and I'm transparent.
Translucent. You change color with the light.
Yeah, exactly. No. Let's see here. How about this? I'll roll a die 4, and we'll skip topaz because necrotic damage. Nothing necrotic really feels to fit this character.
Sure.
So, amethyst, crystal, emerald, sapphire. That is a 2. Did that pop up for y'all?
It did not.
Boo.
So you are crystal.
Oh, okay. Crystal it is. So
That's part of the other problem is that people can't see it. So you're saying you brought a massive invisible dragon egg that's larger than you to the town, and you came from the other side of Wildmount? Sure you did.
let's see here. Crystal. What color scales am I going to go with at that point? Clearly, I'm not invisible or transparent.
I picture you as a mood ring.
Amethyst, purple.
You change color immediately depending on whether you're embarrassed or angry, or you literally wear your emotions on your skin.
That sounds cool, and also like something I'd have to keep track of.
Well, maybe you don't notice though. Other people might notice more than you do. But you probably would have disadvantage on beating any insight checks if you were trying to deceive people.
I wouldn't actually worry too much about that, simply because
he's not going to lie.
Yeah, he's not that type.
Right.
I'm sadly probably going to go lawful good here on the alignment.
It's a stretch for you.
It's got that really shaped purple, blue, green.
I like what Corinne's talking here. It's more, maybe it's not so much my emotions, it's just the way the light hits.
A spectrum, a little bit of a spectrum, but not like the way some people's eyes change color based on the sunlight and what they're wearing and stuff.
More like some of those cars that have the shifting. They're a white car, but depending on the angle, you get some other colors showing up.
Yeah, kind of like you see on like some statues, they have like the blue, the green, the purples, you know, how it just shifts the colors like that, depending on how you turn it. I can't remember what it's called. I always called it like a peacock effect. I don't know why, but yeah.
Pearlescent.
Kind of like that.
All right, how's everybody coming on builds?
I think that actually just about does it. I'm trying to decide though. So Inheritor gets survival and then either Arcana, History, or Religion. So, okay. Now, originally we were going with I was born here. It's starting to sound like no, I wasn't. And that maybe I came from someplace else, but was one of those people who had reason to have learned of this village.
Yeah, you may actually have, by virtue of your like draconic ancestry, been given like a vision quest. You didn't even really know where you were going until you got here. So we know the why, and that's actually really good for the how did I find it, and now why I'm here. And it also explains why a little tiny kobold that has no real reason being a member of the Feywatch. I'm sticking with that just to spite you. Is
Have I ruined it? Have I ruined it?
No, I'm ruining it for you. Yeah, it is actually a member in training of the Feywatch when you have no real reason being, because somebody who has a lot of sway sees a lot more potential in you than anybody else does.
Okay, so now to get into a bit of the crunchy bits though. I do have to pick a skill, Arcana, History, or Religion. Again, I don't picture this character as overly religious. Maybe having... originally, I was going with a connection to the Fae, but maybe now it's more of a draconic connection. So, Arcana?
It depends on whether it's a draconic connection to magic or a draconic connection to dragons themselves, and the history that you've almost kind of innately, absorbed, I guess. Like instinctually, even though you may not know why about dragons. You could go either way, Arcana or history. But I think that specifically the draconic connection works for either of those.
I like the idea that he has this almost genetic memory of a history. And I would go so far as to say that I realize that the history skill is a very broad skill, but maybe for this character it's not. Right.
If it shoehorns somewhere in the world of dragons, then you might know about it. But if dragons didn't know about it, you don't know about it.
Yeah, exactly. I always hate when they put in musical instrument or gaming set. Not every character in the world plays a freaking lute or dice. Like, that really shouldn't be based on your class or even your background. That should just be like, for a musical instrument or gaming set, you should just be able to say, hey, he knows how to play this.
Well, the difference is you could have as many of those as you want, but if you don't have proficiency in it, it doesn't matter. You don't know how to play it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That this is the kind of thing where it's just like, you know what? I want my character to be proficient in playing the flute.
Right.
I shouldn't need to do a background or anything like that. I should just be able to say they can play the flute and they do it pretty well. And then if I have a high performance skill, maybe I can actually use it to make money. Otherwise, he's a reasonably good amateur who can just entertain his friends.
Yeah.
And now I got to sit here and look at this and be like, why does this character know how to, like this character, why does this character know any of these things? Half the time I use when I'm just making random characters, I use the, what is it, where you make your own backgrounds a custom.
Right.
And then I'll basically give it exactly the same thing. Like I was saying, in this case, I would pick the inheritor, traits, give them survival, give him history. And then instead of the music instrument or whatnot, I'll give him a tool or another skill because it makes more sense to me. Gotcha. But no need to go that route. Oh no, dragons play bagpipes, right?
No, what?
Your dragon can.
That was a joke.
How's everybody else looking? Have you got to your equipment yet?
No, I haven't got there.
Yes, I have equipped 2 daggers.
Personality traits.
I have basic starting equipment done.
I took the hermit background. Just going to say that my time in the Feywild is that's my background. Is I was there all alone.
Okay, but you are not as much of a hermit now because people come and visit you. I want to make sure that people have connections here.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, that was just my time in the Feywild.
Gotcha.
I couldn't find one called Cook. I know they used to have it. I was going to select that, but it's not there anymore.
No, as you eventually get to feats, there is a cook feat, which is kind of cool.
Maybe that's what that was.
But you should have something that maybe lets you have the like the cooking proficiency thing if you wanted to go that route. It doesn't come up often, but the cook one lets you kind of on short rests make baked goods for people to give them temporary hit points, essentially.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Utensils.
Well, if he has something that lets him choose a utensil that he knows.
Hermit gave me herbalism kits, so I'm like, it's close.
You do brewing. Just make mead.
Party smash.
Friar Tuck, that was his favorite thing.
Beer. Anthony, I took Far Traveler because I'm assuming that after I went to the Feywild, I was sent home. I traveled to this place because it was the one place where my knowledge of the Feywild could be turned into an asset.
That makes sense.
Oh, and by the way, I did get an instrument for that, and I chose the dulcimer, and I play it fairly well. Thank you.
So Anthony.
Yep.
I want to give you 3 personality traits for her that her brother and those that know her will see. One is Alice has an issue with direct light shown into her face, which will cause her to freeze, and her memories of a lost life of death flood back in the form of a paralyzing nightmare. So she hates direct light in her face. She also has 2 particular things she does. One in the morning, facing away from the rising sun, and buries her face into her hands and bends to the ground as if hiding from the sun's rays. At nighttime, she will face the setting sun and watch the sun set before eating or doing her studying. She watches it totally go down. She just sits there. Also, she smiles sometimes when the children come to be with her, as if it's a beautiful memory or an animal or something, but most of the time she has a blank stare. Her eyes see everything, for she is absorbing all the information she has missed.
Okay. Cool.
I have to give her some tweaks, because if not, then she's just a normal character.
Right. So a couple of you have connection now to the headmaster. Do you have a name? What's your father's name, Alice?
I'm not going to put his last name because wouldn't remember. I could give him a last name.
I'll just come up with his first name.
Mortimer
the elf.
Oh, is he an elf?
Oh yeah,
that's
they're Eladrin.
It should be some hoity-toity name.
How about Centauri? Is Steve
Always trust Centauri.
Cyntari.
That was going to be my question. Do you always trust Centauri? Or is this a case of the Centauri Republic wanting to take over?
I almost named the mage Centauri, but
I recall that not going well for them.
I almost think you should stick with Mortimer, but give it a very elvish spelling.
Or Salen. Either one. As if the Elven turns into Mortimer, but that's not really his name.
Mortiim''R.
There you go.
Maert.
I don't know that you can get the or then. That would be like Meritimer.
As in death from the Spanish.
Mortimer.
M-U-E. Like the Spanish, like Frank says, Mortimer.
Well, I've got a name.
All right.
Olympia Peppermint.
Olympia Peppermint. Sounds spicy.
Doesn't it?
Are you really?
What's this that he's a headmaster of?
What's that?
What is his background?
He's the headmaster of the university that's located there in the Feywild side.
Give me a second. What do you want to do for a last name? Like
Daybender.
what?
Daybender.
Really?
And nobody really knows whether it's his actual last name. It's the one that his children were given. But the fact that he kind of lives, he's an elf, and he lives back and forth between the Feywild and the material world. They call him the Daybender because nobody has a clue how old he actually is.
I've been on a few daybenders.
And that too. He likes his drink. Yeah, he nobody actually knows how old he is. Is he 200? Is he 2000? Is he as old as Wildmount itself? There are rumors all across the board, and nobody knows who's right and who's wrong. Because one of the things about the Feywild, and your group knows this about the Shadowfell, it's not necessarily a one-to-one time period when you bounce back and forth. Now, what they've managed to do here in town is limit. So it's more like, 2 or 3 seconds equals 1 second, as opposed to you could be gone for a minute in one place and then come back and you're gone for a year. But time still does pass faster on the material plane than it does in the Feywild. So yes, Mortimer Daybender. We still need the Fey Warden on the city side. And do we have a name for the town itself? This is the Doral Woods, and it might just be the town of Doral, or it could be something completely different, so as to be even less Hidden Vale. Okay.
Sleepy Vale.
Sleepy Hidden Vale.
I like Hidden because this is the place that no one is supposed to know about.
Hidden Vale.
Yep.
Hidden,
Rift Vale.
Hidden Hollow.
You don't want to talk about
Hollow.
what's there.
There you go. The Hidden Hollow.
I'm okay with either one. Preferences? Hidden Vale or Hidden Hollow?
Is the town in a hollow?
Hidden Valley?
Ranch?
Hidden Valley Ranch.
I mean, like geographically, is it a hollow? Wasn't that like a scooped out portion between a couple of hills or something?
I think that is a hollow. It would probably fit more the Vale description, yes. It's more just forested area, and there's just kind of a slight clearing in the forest just large enough for the town.
Hidden Vale it is.
All right, we have Valoran on the Feywild side. Who's the Fey Warden on the near side?
Could make it a female orc, just to be different.
Well, it doesn't even have to be orc. I'm okay with it being like a hobgoblin or something like that. Remember, think more Fey.
Awesome, do that.
Female hobgoblin?
Yeah.
All right.
Marge.
Hildy.
Resurrect one of Michaela's old characters, Sean, and make it Large Marge.
Yeah, but we need Michaela here to play her. Because I don't know that any of us could do that justice.
Could, if she ever visits.
I know, right?
All right, Holfa.
She's closer.
Holfa, Holfa.
Okay.
Any other particular acquaintances that you may have connections to here in town?
Innkeeper.
So we named the guard the watch commander Higgins.
Yes, the militia leader is Higgins.
Okay.
He is definitely a gnome. Got to be a gnome, right?
Nice.
Or a dwarf. What else do we need in town? We went through and did the baker. We did. We have a church. There's no church or temple or anything like that. It's basically just fend for yourself.
It's more that they don't want to have an established religion because there's so many represented that there might be shrines, but no like established large church. But innkeeper probably makes sense.
So I'm thinking I gave myself, what is it? I think the modest background that gives me a room somewhere. So maybe there's a boarding house and I board from someone. So I need to know who that is.
Yeah, I would imagine the school itself probably had, because of the dorm situation, you might be able to just take up especially since you said you're like part-time student.
And that was what I charged to find the headmaster's daughter's body.
Admission into the school.
Part-time student status, room and board.
Fair enough.
The innkeeper's Butch Grander.
Wow.
So I kind of live on the.
Maybe he's an old bard or something as such.
Are you taking that name from something, or is it?
No, I just made it up.
Okay.
Grandur, grandeur.
So I live on the school grounds where I bill myself as consultant.
But anytime any of the students come up to consult with you, you send them away. Get away from a kid.
Or consult them.
Depends on what they're offering.
If they come up waving gold, then you'll listen. Take their gold and then say, get away from me, kid.
Doesn't
Or
have to be
panties. Or panties, either one.
Not so much a consultant as an insultant.
It has to be whatever they can get me interested in. Could be gold, could be panties or underwear. Depends.
Could be
What
play
gold
elf
is it?
too.
What advantage do I get with it?
You need to get a scent from something in order to start your tracks.
That's right. And if I'm collecting everyone's undergarments, I'm getting a scent library of everyone.
Ugh.
All right, old Mortimer named his son Martin. Morty
And
had
Alice.
a Marty.
And an Alice.
Martin and Alice.
Is Alice the eldest or is Martin the eldest?
Alice is the eldest by at least a couple of years, although they look a lot more similar now because of what happened to Alice. It seems
They
like
almost look the
Alice
same
probably lost about 2 years.
How old is Marty?
Martin or Marty would probably be like the equivalent of a freshman in this university, so just recently enrolled.
So how old?
Probably 18, 19 at best.
Because
Maybe
I have to
enrolled
actually
early.
I have to put her age.
My guess is I'd put her right around the equivalent of 2021, but maybe actually because of lost years, still looking more 18, 19. That'd be my guess. If she wants to be much older, that's fine. But
I
there's
put her at
probably at least a
18
2-year
now.
gap between the two of them.
Yeah, put her at 18, but I'll change that.
She probably looks like 18 and is actually 20 based on her actual birth date, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm going to write that.
So, does anyone know where I can find the alignments for the gem dragons in 5e?
Just specifically, I think they're more neutral. Like they don't have to be. They don't have to be exclusively, but they seem to be more neutral as opposed to obviously the chromatic and metallic leaning toward evil and good.
Yeah, it's usually like lawful neutral or chaotic neutral.
Actually,
They don't really exist right now because that's Unearthed Arcana. I think they'll have a world that comes out relatively soon that gives you a lot more detail on it. But technically, they don't. The actual dragons themselves don't really exist right now.
in 3E, Sean, they were lawful, neutral, neutral, chaotic, neutral, neutral, evil. So you can go off of that. What color dragon are you?
Crystal.
Oh yeah, Crystal.
I don't even know if they had crystal dragons in 3D.
Yes, they did.
They
Crystal
did,
dragons
but
were
they're
friendly, curious, gem dragons.
That's what I'm trying to say. They're not
They're
as
neutral only.
they're not as adherent to a lot of that, other than the fact that the gem dragons tend to have some form of neutral in them now.
Yeah, metallic is good, chromatic is evil, and gem is neutral, according to the article I'm looking at.
Yeah, see, crystal dragons, it looks like in 3E were chaotic neutral.
Right, but that's 3rd edition. That's what I keep saying. 3rd edition, you also had to be lawful good to be a paladin, and you don't anymore.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out, because I was thinking of building the character's alignment off of the dragon type that I'm going to be.
But I'm saying that the dragon type, even once it comes out, may not necessarily be locked into chaotic neutral.
Approved.
A crystal drake is neutral good. Take it as you want. That's the closest thing they have.
All right. So in terms of items, what are we getting?
What you start with.
Well,
Is it starting gear?
Yeah, starting gear.
That's what I took. Except I added an extra rope, if that's okay.
You should have rope as part of your inventory.
Yeah, I
don't have anything.
I have a spell that consumes rope as part of its component.
I
see.
don't have any starting gear.
Well, then you need to select
you have-
starting gear.
You have to go on the equipment and select starting gear.
I did. Underneath it says nothing.
You
Well,
need
you
to
have to
actually
choose.
select starting gear.
Select
Oh.
starting equipment, and we'll say either gold or equipment.
Unless you're playing a monk,
Oh, okay.
you're better off just starting with actual starting gear. Since monk starting gear is virtually nothing, if you wanted to just start with gold, you could and build it from there.
Yeah,
so
Right.
instead of starting off with a short sword, a rapier, or a short bow, can I just? Oh, never mind. There's 2 daggers on there. Okay,
Yeah.
I see it there. Cool.
But a short sword is a D6 and a dagger is a D4, so keep that in mind. If you're wanting to
Yes.
dual wield, I would recommend, if you're wanting to get the most bang for your buck, your main hand be a D6 and your offhand be a D4.
Yeah, that makes sense. Rapier should be a D6 too, shouldn't it?
No, rapier is a D8. Do you have access to a rapier?
It says rogue starting equipment. Rapier,
Yeah, that's the
short
one thing.
sword.
Yeah, a rapier is actually a D8.
Yeah. Okay.
You
So
may
that's what I
not be
would-
able to. You have to check it because a rapier may not be a light weapon. You may not be able to dual wield with a rapier.
Okay.
And then you'll have to look into when you get access to feats, because right now your offhand stab won't give you bonus. Like, I don't think you'll be able to add your dexterity bonus to your damage. You'll just do like the straight D4. But there's a dual wielding feat, I think, that will let you do that. But as a rogue, you'll have more options to do additional bonus action stuff anyway. Your disengage and dash and stuff like that. Hide to get your sneak attack and everything.
I would not have convinced my parents to buy me a cloak of some sort.
It's something specifically just fashionable, but nothing
Yeah,
magical.
No magical. Yeah.
No, nobody at level 2 is going to have magical anything.
You have one of the best tailored cloaks out there. Very impressive, great embroidery on it. Yeah, that no.
All right, how's everybody looking?
Good to go.
All right. I think
Here.
what I want to do, I know we're getting it at 10 o'clock and it may not be super prudent, but we haven't taken a break yet. So I think it may be now maybe a good time to take a break, and we'll jump in as soon as we come back and see what we can accomplish. Sound good?
Quick question.
Sure.
It says a shield and a holy symbol, and then below it, it says choose an option. I could do amulet, emblem, reliquary, holy symbol. I already have a holy symbol, so I would choose something else, correct?
Unless you want to back up holy symbol in case the first one gets stolen. Depends on, it's mostly flavor. How are you channeling your divine spells? Because it needs to be through one of those things on that list.
No, reliquary is a shrine, so I'm not going to do that. Probably.
No, it's like a chest that contains items.
No, I'm not going to do that.
My Loxodon had one around a chest around his chest that was underneath of the trunk, and it was full of bones.
The Ark of the Covenant.
So whenever he was doing a ritual, he would open, like, very slowly unpack it and set up all the bones in a particular way to conduct the ritual.
I remember that.
Whole cask, basically.
And then any creature that the group killed, he would strip down all the muscle, let people take it if they wanted for some strange reason, and he would collect bits of the bones of the people that they killed and put them back in the reliquary to replace the ones that got used.
An alms box. Nice.
You go around collecting money from people.
I'm going to put it out there. Yeah.
Please, sir, I died. Give me money. Please, sir, I died once. I died once, please.
Yes, please.
All right, any other questions? Everybody has working starting characters.
Yes.
All right, well,
I have a Vorpal sword.
any other real questions? Fair enough.
Gonna have a more tail.
All right, we're gonna take our break. We'll come back here in a couple minutes and fire it back up if I don't kill everybody with a Vorpal weapon in the meantime.
Sweet. I've already been dead. It's fine.
Everybody, you can come back for a
Know
minute.
that?
All right, see ya.
Okay.
All right, we are back. Here's what I want you guys to picture. You're all currently sitting in the foyer, waiting just outside of the headmaster's office. You've all been specifically summoned by name, and for whatever reason, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of other people roaming the halls, at least in this particular area of the university. The whole section is surprisingly quiet, silent.
I'm buffing my nails.
I'm reading.
Would you like a pastry?
Yes.
Of course. When do I not want food? Give me, please. Thank you.
And I would hand out pastries to anybody who wanted one.
Yeah, if you offer one to Jade, she kind of recoils a little bit. It's like, no, thank you.
You've been waiting for a good 10, 15 minutes, and that's after everybody showed up. Probably people like Wild Talon, especially maybe Olympia because she lost track of time, but Wildtown probably intentionally showed up late. Nobody really knows why you're here. And though you know each other, largely in connection to the university or your connection with the headmaster, as you're looking around, you're not really sure that all 7 of you have been in the same room at the same time, or at least for the same reason.
Getting more bored. Now I'm buffing my fangs. I like them, I should say.
I sit and do a low om.
Comes to your trunk.
Olympia's sitting there. She starts taking notes on everybody.
Martin is almost playing the role, Alice, of like the helicopter mom, and he's kind of been doing that ever since you came back. So like wherever you're sitting, he's sitting right beside you. And like if you get up to move to another seat, then he casually, or terribly, but casually tries to get up and move as if it was an accident that you just happen to always be sitting together.
And she's like, why did Father call us?
I don't really know.
Why is Father late?
That is actually, Alice, that is actually a very good question. You've never known your father to be late to anything.
Okay, because this is Alice, she gets up, she like stands up, looks at his door, and walks over and opens it. It's her father. I mean, supposedly, so. And I think she has that, I think I'm going to play her like that she has just this
impulsive.
Yes, she's, because she sees something, she thinks it, she doesn't actually contemplate things all the time, because she can't. She has nothing to relate it to. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
I'm going to say she's only been, alive for like 6 months, maybe?
Reasonable. Seems reasonable, yeah.
So she does. She walks over to his office and opens the door if she can.
It opens. And as you open it up, you see that he's standing there with a member of the Feywatch that you're fairly familiar with. The Hobgoblin female chief, Holfa. And there's talking in hushed tones, kind of their back to you, and you hear the everybody. And so even if you were distracted sitting out in the hall, that the big, large door, the click, and then opening, and
well, yeah. And she sees it and she goes, wait much longer?
That if you could pick up the faintest of the whispers before, suddenly the voices go even lower, and your father looks back at you and holds up a very familiar finger, just a single finger of wait.
And she waits right there at the door, with the door like cocked open.
And then
so who's ever behind me,
it's maybe just another 30 seconds. It feels like ages, especially for the impulsive you. But eventually, Holfa like clicks her heels, stands up, and turns and spins and marches right past you. Looks at you, very quickly, but keeps on marching right past you. Doesn't make eye contact with anybody else, and just marches down the hall. And then it's just your father.
And she's still waiting there because he put her finger up.
His finger is still up, and then he lowers it and opens his arms wide as if he's waiting for you to come in for a hug.
And she'll leave the door open and walk over and hug him. I was
My dear?
concerned you were missing.
Not I.
You were late.
Indeed. Problems. That's actually, well, he sees all the rest of you out in the hall and holds up a hand and just kind of the Neo, like the two quick gestures for you to all come.
As soon as he does that, I get up and slither on in through the door.
And Kribik actually gets up, and everyone notices a slight limp as he walks in.
Is that an egg in your pants? Are you happy to see me?
Abu would wait till everybody else has gone in first.
Olympia's hovering up in some little corner, taking notes about everybody, about this, that, and the other. He's kind of floating in, through around and around.
He waits for everybody to come in and then just kind of does the same, like two quick gestures behind you, and the door that that Alice had opened closes on its own. Please, all of you, have a seat. And he gestures broadly, and right behind you, there is a seat that appears. Wherever you're standing, there's a seat that appears directly behind you.
I can say a cushion that I coil on rather than a chair that I sit in.
Yeah, and he would know that, like an ottoman or something.
Sits.
I wish I were coming at you with, better news. But first, let me ask, just to cover all the bases. And he kind of takes a head count first, as if he's, two of you didn't make the summons. And he walks over to his desk and picks up a quill. And it looks like he's just literally writing on his desk. But there's another quill that's over at the seat, like the head seat itself, that picks up and is mimicking and actually writing on a parchment over there. And he scratches for a moment and then sets the quill down, and the quill that's writing on the parchment also lays itself down. And he turns back to you. So we can cover all of our bases. I need to know specifically what it was each and every one of you were doing last night, shortly before midnight. And Alice, he looks to you first. My dear, ease my mind.
Sitting on the roof. Sleep doesn't actually interest me.
Martin kind of raises his hand slowly. Those of you who know Martin from even a year or two ago, he was a lot more of a, like, he would probably have been, maybe still is to some degree, best friends with Olympia and Wild Talon, but he's a lot more subdued, a lot more focused now. And you know that has a lot to do with Alice's disappearance, death, and then returning, that he's a lot more focused now and a lot less of a, fly off the cuff, do whatever I want to do, roguish young man, he's suddenly developed a lot more of a drive and focus, and for good or for bad. But he kind of raises a hand and says, Father, I can attest. And he kind of looks almost ashamed. As I observed her. I wanted to make sure nothing bad happened. And Alice, you're kind of used to this.
She usually goes and sits on the roof because she can sit for 4 hours and just recover. So, Alice,
you're kind of used to this. Again, for good or for bad. That's just kind of what Martin does now, is dote on you and overprotect you in ways that you don't really need. But what else are you going to do?
She's not going to tell him no, because that's,
right.
It's her brother.
And you probably even saw him keeping eyes on, watching you. But, again, it's your brother. And if this is what he needs to do to feel like he's protecting you, then, okay. He looks to each of the rest of you. Krivik, specifically first, then to you.
So out of character, is anything I say here going to be what I was doing, or is there specific things you don't want me to choose? I have in mind what I want to say, but I don't know that is going to fit what you're doing.
He is specifically seems to be looking for an alibi. Whether you are lying about this alibi or not is up to you.
No. My idea, player-wise, was to say I was on patrol for the Feywatch, which would be a pretty rock-solid alibi, but I don't know if that fits with you as the DM have in mind.
That is...
And also for that to be the truth. If that doesn't work for you, then I will...
Krivik, that's actually what I was expecting of you. You are a little bit sheepish because while you were on the other side, you had something strange to eat, something strange to drink, and slept completely through your watch and missed it entirely. You've been sitting here waiting this entire time, wondering if somebody was going to call you out specifically for that. And now, even now, you're still wondering, is this why I'm here?
Did I miss my watch? Like, I didn't even report, or did I get there and then sleep through on my post?
You didn't make it.
So that I was probably, I don't know if there's a barracks. Is there?
On the other side, for sure. Here, it's probably just kind of one of the couple of buildings that's part of the school on this side.
So at that, his gaze casts downward. My apologies, headmaster. I ate or drank something yesterday that perhaps should not have, and I was asleep through my watch at the hall. We barracks in on this side of the tree. And he's steady staring at his feet.
I have not known you, in the time that I have known you, to once lie. And he kind of peers at you, squints a little bit, and I still don't believe I have cause to suspect you of it now. And his gaze turns to someone else then.
How long have we been in here now?
Just as long as this conversation has taken place.
But I mean, 5 minutes or?
Yeah, probably about 5 minutes.
Okay.
He looks from Kribik then to Jade.
Who just looks right back at him.
Madam,
Sir,
can you please provide your whereabouts?
would be right in the middle of none of your business, but I can tell you what I wasn't doing. That is anything you would need to be concerned with.
He leans forward and says, both the safety and security of our people, and also your ability to stay with said people, is on the line. I do need to know, with at least some certainty, what you were doing near midnight last night.
She looks at him pointedly and says, ask your wife.
I'll ask her what she's been doing the last 30 years once I find her. I'm asking you now.
You're going to give me a little more information than that? No. My business is my business. I was not on school grounds, I'll put it that way. I was engaged with an acquaintance. And I assume you're old enough to know what that means.
He sighs and says, should said acquaintance be necessary, could they provide adequate also alibi?
He shrugs. They probably won't wake up until this evening.
He just kind of waves a hand dismissively and says, fine, next.
Around this time, Wild Talon, who is probably sitting all the way in the back trying to hide behind whoever the largest person is, you just hear some snoring coming from him.
My drunk would just slowly reach around and shake his knee. Trying to be very discreet so that nobody knows.
Ah, Pavu, I see you volunteering.
Yes, I was asleep.
Convenient. I don't suppose anyone observed this?
You could ask Master Radu, but
You
we do not
frequently
sleep in the same room.
Do you frequently watch each other sleep? Never mind. Your business is your own.
I am normally asleep. Whether he watches me or not, I do not know. Early to bed, early to rise.
And you, Miss Peppermint?
He looks up, kind of startled from the. Oh, huh? What? Oh, I'm sorry. Books? The answer is always books. Library?
Are you asking me or telling me?
I'm sorry, I kind of lost track. Book. I was in the book. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question, Professor?
Were you last night?
Oh, I was in the library. Again. More. I live there. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. Wild Talon, you feel a moisture in your pants.
Moist.
Doesn't
I
appear
guess
like it's
I will-
originating there, but everybody else can see just a steady stream of water being dripped on the owl folk.
That will be enough to wake me up, and my first question would be like, "The hell, man!"
Olympia flies over. Stop it!
Indeed. Young Mr. Woewing, would you please kindly inform the room what you were doing last night?
I was sleeping.
I would tend to disbelieve you, but you seem to fall asleep in all of our classes, so I suppose it's believable. Now, all those formalities out of the way, and you, those of you who have a halfway decent passive perception, actually tell me, what are your passive perceptions?
13 for Wild Talon.
15 for Alice.
Where is that on the sheet again?
Oh, passive, yes, 15.
Below the saving throws.
13 for Pavu.
11 for Olympia.
Also 11 for Krivik.
14 for Jade.
Okay. Jade and Alice, you would have noticed that in some of his larger gestures, that very imperceptibly, he seems to be picking up that scroll or that quill and very quickly jotting down a note. And it's almost like he's covering up the notes that he's taking with kind of the bigger gestures, almost like a street magician would. Most of you who have had dealings with the headmaster also know that usually if he's asking you questions, he already knows the answer. He just wants to know what you're going to say. So he circles back around. Go ahead.
Can I make a sleight of hand check to try and steal one of his notes from him?
You said you were sitting in the very back of the room, so no.
Wasn't he pouring water on me at one point, though?
Magically.
Oh, okay.
He was creating water on top of you, yeah.
That makes more sense. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, there was just like a magical drip appearing above you. He never left. He never left, basically pacing around the desk.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That makes sense.
Anthony,
Yes.
if he knows what everyone was doing, he would know that Jade lied. But she almost always does whenever anyone asks her what she was doing about her past, whether it's long past or recent past, she almost always lies.
Yeah.
But
and you would get that from him, that sometimes he does that just to see what you're going to do.
And the thing is, she was doing what she implied she was doing, but technically she was still on school grounds.
So it was only a half lie.
Half truth.
It was outdoors, but technically, yes, it could still be considered school grounds.
He says, well, now that the formalities are out of the way, give or take a few minor bending of the truth, And he looks at a couple of you in particular.
And Jay just looks back like he was impertinent. What do you expect?
I assured them that I would ask you. More importantly, the 7 of you are some of the only ones that were largely unaccounted for when the incident happened.
The incident?
Incident, Father?
At that, Krivik actually stops looking at his feet and looks up.
Pulls out a fresh notebook.
Has anyone paid any attention to the great tree today?
I have not.
No, I haven't left.
I'd say you should take a trip, but that would waste your time and mine. Suffice it to say that something's happened to it. It has begun showing signs of blight. What's more, it seems like strange disappearances, and he gestures toward Krivik, such as the case with young Master Krivik here. Guards were presumably drugged and prevented from going on watch. We assume that these are linked in some way, but we have no idea for sure. The fact that all of you have no great alibi gave me occasion to summon you all. More importantly, for my cause, all of you have reason to have my trust. I would like the 7 of you to do a more unofficial, but perhaps more thorough investigation. Is that something you think you can handle?
Yes, Headmaster.
Yes, Father.
Happy to help.
I'm not saying
Of course.
that anyone official is suspect, but at this point, it's likely that someone linked to the connections on one side or the other had to have had a hand in it.
Jay just gives him a look that he probably is familiar with that says, I assume this will be worth my while. Meaning he hasn't said anything about payment or reward, so
Right.
he's assuming that's implied.
I have at my disposal, and he gestures broadly to the rest of the room that kind of lights up a little bit brighter. I would say weapons, but it's not quite the ones that most would consider. Knowledge, as it were. If you take me up on this task, agree to it now, and agree to see it through. For today, or for the next couple of hours at least, the library here, my personal library, is yours for the use. It may provide some additional insight and allow you to better do not only your job here, but whatever aspirational goals you have down the road as well.
Sounds acceptable.
Happy to help.
Should this be a more long-standing incident, which all the gods forbid that be the case, monetary compensation is also on the table.
He just nods. As long as she mentions it, she figures he's good for it. She just needed it to be mentioned.
Right. All right, well, I can be a resource as much as I am able to, but I also don't necessarily want to be seen aiding those that some deem a suspect. So come to me covertly if you need my assistance on something. Otherwise, after you leave here, I questioned you. I deemed you not the culprits, and you went your merry way. Agreed?
Agreed.
Question, Father.
Yes, my dear.
No one else in the village? Just us? Were questioned?
It seems like most of you missed the fact that the town was placed on lockdown around midnight. You here were the ones that, well, you weren't where everyone assumed that you would be.
I did not hear anyone say the town was on lockdown.
He kind of nods his head and says, that's also my concern. Some of you have your reasons, and he looks at you, Jade, and others of you I would not suspect would have willingly disobeyed anything. And he looks over at Martin specifically. And he's like, no, Father. So, like young Master Krivik here, uncertain what may have actually happened to you, and whether your memories were also toyed with, which is why I asked the question that I did. That's probably worth investigating as well, wouldn't you say, my dear?
Yes, but no one else was asleep? Just us?
Everyone else recalls the lockdown. Do you?
As I said, I did not hear a lockdown.
Correct.
Anthony, question: how is a lockdown notified? How would we have been notified?
I'm thinking town.
Bell towers and the matching Carillon bells on both sides of the Great Tree. Like in the Feywild and the material plane.
And I'm sure we heard it before.
You have heard it before, yes. It's very rare, and those of you who are maybe relatively new to the town might not have heard it, but if you are integrated into the town, you would have been told what to listen for.
I'm assuming those were not the bells I was hearing ring.
Nope. Something was knocking, but it wasn't the bell. It is a very large visible bell tower, but it rings almost telepathically to those who have been mapped, imprinted and mapped in some way to the city, almost like a large-scale town alarm spell, where certain people, when they cast the alarm spell, are allowed to also be awakened. But yeah, for some strange reason, none of you actually heard this go off.
This is most disturbing.
Yes.
Very.
Especially that only us 7 did not. Is it 7?
Yeah.
Did not hear it.
You did mention 2 that did not make the summons.
Yes, I will, I'll have to hunt them down myself. Well, he gestures hunt is maybe a little bit too specific of a word given the situation, but I'll track them down. If I deem them, worth including, I'll send them your way. Or they'll be the culprit and you'll get some free research and I'll solve the problem for you.
And Krivik just nods.
Well, if there's not any other specific questions for me, then he snaps a finger and cabinet after cabinet of locked books. Like the lock goes click, 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 and unlocks, and the doors to the book cabinets open up. And if you would like to take the next hour or two to do particular research, then each of you can go from your level 2 to your level 3. Which for a lot of you means you're getting your subclass. And this is a very, very broad collection of esoteric knowledge across the board.
So Krivik is looking out for two things during his time researching here. One would be something that might possibly put someone to sleep while also severing a connection or blocking a connection to said telepathic alarm bells. Being that that's
I cannot
part of the
guarantee that you're going to get anything other than the level up from this.
Oh no, I know,
Okay.
but being that this is we're investigating stuff.
Correct.
So he's looking for that, and then he's also, if he happens to come across anything at all related to gem dragons, crystal dragons, and their eggs, specifically a very specific egg, if or legends thereof.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
I'm not expecting him to find anything, but he's hoping to.
Right. Very focused.
Jay is going to take the time to look into the history of the great tree, and specifically, who would want to close the portal? Because she figures if you kill the tree, the portal's gone. So who's motivated to stop the portal by killing the tree?
Fair
Who
enough.
would benefit?
He has them look into blights and magical blights for magical plants. Get an idea of who could have possibly formulated that, or what it might have come from, or if it could have originated in the Fae and then transferred to the tree on the other side.
Sure.
Wild Talon is going to ask his parents for more information.
How are you going to accomplish this?
I don't know.
You are locked in a library at the headmaster's office right now. Well, not locked, but you're not going to be able. Once you leave, you're gone.
Okay.
This is all really specifically. You get a level up, and so you get it by doing some research.
Okay. Well, then I would just aid my fairy friend in researching, finding books for her and stuff like that.
How is everybody on actually sorting out this particular level up?
Starting.
Done.
Yeah, I had a feeling that just doing a single level is not going to be too difficult for most of you.
I got a spell on hit points. That's it.
Yep. Yeah, Martin is done. Yeah, Alice, you got your subclass early, so yours is even easier than most. All right, who wants to go first? Because I intentionally kind of left off, and we talked through characters, but I actually want now at this point, as you guys are wrapping up your research, here's what I want you to do for the next time. Because number one, this will allow me to kind of start building stuff out. But number two, I don't want anybody to forget about this. The questions that you said you wanted to research, write them down, / send them in the chat or send them to me privately, whatever you want, so they don't get lost. So that's number one. Number two, though, I want to go through the list of characters and give us a good, just holistic description, and then specifically some of the key like features of your character, like the class build that you're going for, just so everybody, including the other players, know what you ended up going with. Since now you have your starting character.
Okay, what was one again? Because I was explaining something to Corinne while you were explaining one.
Write down the questions that or the things that you were researching, if it was something in particular, because I would like to at least potentially address them, but I don't want them to get lost in the shuffle of stuff. So write it down / send it to me / just type it in the chat and send it to everybody so it doesn't get lost.
Okay.
And then beyond that, who would like to start with their full level 3 character description? Like I said, we already sort of did this, so it shouldn't take too long, but give us kind of the build idea for the character and any other like personality stuff that's come up even as we started.
Well, it's it's pretty simple for Krivik. I already knew where I was going with him when I was building him. So I didn't get a great deal of new stuff at level 3. Paladins basically just get their subclass.
Right.
Which I went Oath of the Ancients. I also became immune to disease, and I did get the ability to cast one more first level spell. One more smite.
Right.
But as I said, I knew where I was going with this. When I make characters in general, I tend to know where they're going.
Sure.
Before I ever start playing them. That does change based on how the game goes, but since the game has only been going about 20-25 minutes, I haven't had any significantly odd things to change the initial plan.
Fair enough. So that is Krivik.
I read you her twitches.
Yep.
But you also learned something else about her, that she's impulsive in the sense that when she sees something, she's going to go investigate it. Because that's one of her skill proficiencies, but once again, she has no memories. So things are like new to her when she sees them.
Yeah, so she's forming new memories, but she doesn't have a whole lot of anything
to relate them to. Like the character, like Krivik can relate it to something he did 2 years ago. She doesn't have that option.
Right.
Doesn't have that ability. She does, her faith is to the Raven Queen. I didn't know what to put for lifestyle, but she is pale, so she is a, what did I say? That was a pallid elf.
Well, you would have been Eladrin, but now that you're reborn, you definitely are super pasty.
Yeah, she has blonde hair. Her skin is pale and lifeless, but she has like amber eyes along with the blonde hair. She's about 5'8.5". These things keep disappearing on me because I keep writing them in there. Why do they disappear? I don't know why that.
I don't know. I've never seen them disappear.
Like I wrote all this stuff in here and then it just didn't stay. She looks like she's 18. Some of her things you may have heard her quote was like, I don't run from evil, evil runs from me. And she says that about people. She does. She feels, because she has died, she feels like death is just like a companion now.
Makes sense.
So she, and I guess you would say that when people die, she considers them lucky because they're dead. They didn't come back. So she has an issue with that. Not that she's ungrateful, but she feels she's caught between two worlds.
Right, especially as a follower of the Raven Queen, you would almost look at yourself as an abomination.
And she has that, is like one of her ideas is, and ideals is also, she'll stop the spirits that haunt her or die trying. And she hopes that through her actions of being a cleric, she can remove the terrible guilt that consumes her.
Makes sense. Cool. I'll give you Martin, since a lot of his stuff plays off of her. He really is like the younger spitting image of his father, like with his father's adventuring days. But because of that, he lives a lot in his father's shadow, and then now has this sense of duty to protect and make sure that the sister that was returned to him doesn't die again. And so now he's kind of put this burden on himself of fixing her / protecting her, whether she wants it or not. And a lot of this he's placed on himself, and so he has a lot of I need to do this on my own type of thing. Not necessarily full-on martyr syndrome, but when offered help, it's almost like I know I need to prove that I can do this on my own. But to that end, he's level 3 artificer that went with the alchemist background, again trying to figure out a way to use science to heal you in some capacity. His item infusions, he rotates through, let me find the list here. Nope, that's not it. So where is it? Oh, it shows at the bottom of equipment. He can infuse his armor to either give him a +1 armor class and enhance the defense, or to give him he can use a reaction to succeed failed concentration saves to maintain concentration on spells he's maintaining, called Mind Sharpener. So he rotates between those two depending on what's going on. He has a repeating shot crossbow, and occasionally will use an infusion to summon basically like an oversized walking, flying Erlenmeyer flask as a homunculus servant. But he can only have 2 of them active at any given time. So those are the 4 infusions he knows right now. But yeah, always tinkering with stuff, always trying to come up with these weird concoctions. A weird assortment of spells, light and mending, anything about fixing stuff he's obsessed with at this point. So he does have Cure Wounds and Healing Word. So he did end up kind of becoming the party healer if necessary. And the Sanctuary spell as well. So very much about just protecting everybody, even though he's not the typical defender, protector type of thing. And then the weird thing from level 3 he gets is, the experimental elixir. Kind of like Grolid's thing, except I don't get to pick what potion I make. I roll a d6 and see what it is that I come up with every day. So anything from healing to increase walking speed or bonus AC or flying or all sorts of weird stuff. But it's random every day. So it may be useful, may not be useful. But that's Martin. Just a sense of duty, sense of protection that you get from him. And like I said, he used to be a lot more fun than he is now.
Well, so was Alice.
I'm sure, yeah.
And she is a clerk of the Raven Queen of Death. She does have healing. She also causes wounds.
Right.
Okay, she does also carry sanctuary. She's also into fighting from a distance. She does have spiritual weapon, and she can at times command people to do things they may not want to do. So she is scary at times because she can cause blindness and deafness, but she does, if someone, which may have happened in town, someone actually died, but she actually can stabilize them with a touch.
All right.
Keep them from dying, because she may feel that that's not their time.
Makes sense. All right, who else?
Don't all jump at once.
Not sure exactly what we're looking for in terms of me describing this, but being an owl folk, I have a skill called Silent Feathers, which gives me proficiency in stealth. I also have a skill called Nimble Flight that allows me to fly my walking speed, and when I fall, I can actually make a reaction to try and save myself and fly. I also have Magic Sight. So my keen senses can focus to see the presence of magic and gain the ability to cast Detect Magic spell, but only as a ritual.
Okay.
My size, I can choose medium or small, especially being younger, and being a little more on the meek side, I choose small. I do also have dark vision up to 90 feet. My expertise is in stealth and sleight of hand. Of course, I have my rogue sneak attack.
When you went with Inquisitive
I did go with Inquisitive, yes,
as your
for
archetype.
my third level. So my roguish archetype, yes, being Inquisitive gives me an ear for deceit. You develop a talent for picking out lies. Whenever you make a Wisdom Insight check to determine whether a creature is lying, treat a roll of 7 or lower as an 8. So basically, I get 8 or better no matter what. Starting at third level, you can use a bonus action to make a Wisdom Perception check to spot a hidden creature or object, or to make an Intelligence Investigation check to uncover or decipher clues. Which is probably good for what's going on now.
Yeah, so basically you can do that a lot faster because it's a bonus action instead of taking a full action to do like most people would.
And then I also gain Insightful Fighting, which allows me to, as a bonus action, make a Wisdom Insight check against a creature that I can see that isn't incapacitated, and then basically allows me to make a sneak attack against them, even if I didn't normally have an advantage on the attack.
Yeah, as long as your insight check beats their deception check, then yeah, you can use sneak attack even if you don't have advantage. Yep. Cool. And you said you did choose small?
I did choose small.
All right. So Wild Talon is probably even smaller than your kobold buddy.
I'm not so sure of that, maybe, but I will say this. None of us have done any kind of actual description of our characters.
I look like an owl man. A very small owl man.
That's pretty small.
We got a general description of Alice. And yeah, Krivik, I was waiting for you to fill in the blanks there.
What's that?
So, Krivik is actually pretty small. He is, bear with me, let me get back here so I can get the exact numbers here. 3'2", and 32 pounds without any of his gear on. So, kind of slight looking. Although if anyone's ever felt his grip or seen him lift things, he's a hell of a lot stronger than he looks.
Kung Fu monkey grip.
Something like that. Yeah, he has kung fu grip. But his skin is a crystalline color. It's not exactly like, it's not transparent or anything like that. And it almost gets a rainbow hue, like if the light hits it just right, almost like a prism. But mostly it just kind of looks like crystalline scales, possibly over maybe over white, like if his flesh underneath is white. You're not real sure. In fact, maybe he isn't even real sure. His eyes tend to change color as the light hits them as well. He does have claws on his finger, and he does have a tail, although it's shorter and not doesn't look like it could be used well as a weapon, more for balance than anything. You probably have never seen him without his armor and shield, and he does keep a warhammer strapped to his side at pretty much all times.
It drags behind him as he walks. Clang, 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 clang.
Perhaps. He also always has an amulet that he wears that has some kind of a clear crystal, maybe diamond, maybe quartz. You're not certain, but he always wears it. It doesn't, for anybody who like, especially like Alice in this case, who might know religions very well, it doesn't appear to be any kind of a holy symbol, and he's never explained anything more about what it is other than well, he's never even really mentioned it.
Fair enough. Yeah, Martin, I guess I posted the picture for you guys, but description for everyone else. He seems to, for the last year or two, even though he's an Eladrin and normally would go through the whole spectral cycle, depending on the seasonal cycle, I guess, he's kind of been locked in winter for a couple of years now. So much more forlorn. So like the icy blue hair, very pale skin. And yeah, that is his repeating crossbow that he's crafted himself. Yeah, just sunken cheeks, very sallow, doesn't look like he eats enough anymore. Just seems overly focused on tinkering, and sometimes if he's on his own, just kind of, you find him just muttering to himself and jotting down notes about who knows what. Wild Talon, are you going with the Stygian owl look?
Well, you didn't like the one I posted earlier?
The emo scene look.
I honestly didn't find much for character pictures for what I was really looking for.
Yeah, Althok hasn't been around a whole lot to give you those specifics. All right, what about the rest of you?
We're just kind of giving a synopsis of what our character is and what they look like.
Yeah, like the character build and description.
All right, I'll go with Pavu. He is about 7.5 feet tall, about 350 pounds. He's kind of a taupey color. He's not the tan, he's not the gray, he's a little bit of both. He has some tattoos on his forehead. He is a monk of, what did I select here? Hold on. A monk of the 4 elements. He actually uses a quarterstaff quite often, which looks really funny. This giant elephant using a quarterstaff. Yes, that's it. He wears simple robes. He loves to eat. So in some ways, he reminds you of a Buddha in that regards. He
sits with the puppy chubby belly.
Yeah.
Is he a vegetarian?
Probably yes, but he does eat things like pastries, probably more than he should. That's one of his weaknesses. When he came back to the prime material plane, he tends to have a weakness for sweets, especially pastries.
That's okay. Eggs is vegetarian.
That's right.
You went
And
Didn't eat yet, so sure.
they also count fish as vegetarian too.
that'd be pescatarian, right?
Well, Catholics do, but yeah.
If they eat just fish, right?
Yeah, Catholics. Buddhists, no, they won't eat fish.
So you went 4 elements, huh?
Yeah, I wasn't really sure which way to go. I didn't see anything that seemed overly new there.
There's a lot.
I did see the astral. I was very tempted on that,
There's a lot.
but it actually replaced either my strength or dex with my wisdom modifier for damage, but I have a much higher strength damage than I would on the wisdom.
Oh, gotcha.
Otherwise, having like extra astral arms sounds really cool.
Yeah, I almost
Yeah.
joked about you talked about having like 2 arms or something like that. I almost joked about depending on which monk class you take, you could have 4 arms.
Right? I don't think they all 4 get strikes though.
I don't think you get additional strikes, but you can use those arms to also make unarmed strikes instead of the arms that you have. So you could like be holding onto weapons or holding onto items or people, and then also make unarmed strikes with the other arms.
And can't the astral arms actually strike astral into the astral?
They are force damaging, so they probably could.
You might eventually be able to actually strike things in the astral plane as well.
I think force is one of the few things that can actually hurt incorporeal. It used to, maybe not in this edition.
It depends on what type of incorporeal. Like they have their own resistances and immunities. I believe the way of the Ascendant Dragon is Unearthed Arcana. So that one obviously would have been newer. Cobalt Soul is specifically actually would work for Wild Mount because it's specifically Critical Role stuff. Trying to think of the other Astral
Well,
Self.
Soul
is
didn't
actually
seem
the
like it
newest
would
one.
work for my character, though.
Not necessarily, no. Astral Self, I think, is the newest one that's officially no longer in playtest. Shadow's been around for a while. Mercy might be the other new-ish one.
That one didn't strike me to take it for some reason. It looked more like a healing, maybe.
You can do both. You can do necrotic damage or you can heal yourself. You can also, you're almost like a monk / paladin that you can remove conditions and stuff like that just by almost punching them out of people. Yeah, I was just curious on which, because I knew you weren't necessarily leaning toward anything in particular when we started.
Yeah, I actually took the water elements. I can shape the flowing river and I can use water whip.
Gotcha.
Seemed appropriate for an elephant.
Waterbender.
Exactly.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Yeah, it's a cool concept for a subclass, but I've always read, and from my own experience, you burn through the key points and you're like, oh, well, now I don't have anything to do. Cool.
That's kind of what I was afraid of, because they are expensive. At least
they're
one
really
of them
expensive.
is.
Or
One
you
is
could
one
do the
key,
normal
the
monk
other's two.
stuff that only cost one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very cool sounding, subclass, but it's like, perhaps maybe they should have halved the costs, because a wizard or druid or cleric of an equivalent level can do them more often.
Right.
Admittedly, they can't do
Punch and
things
flurry of
that
blows and stuff like that. Yeah.
exactly. So give and take, but
Depending
It's
on
either
how-
this or open hand, and open hand probably is more useful in the long run.
Yeah, totally up to you. I thought I would at least ask before we actually ventured further with it, that if you wanted to kind of ponder it and go a different route for the next time that we jump in, then you are welcome to. That one usually is one of those things that everybody's like, that's so cool. And then when they look at it, like, yeah, that's not really playable. So up to you on whether you really like the flavor and you're okay with having some of those abilities you're probably going to maybe use once per long
I'm
rest,
not
if at all.
sure how often we get updates to key points. That's going to be one of the big kickers there.
I think your key points are, you have one key point per level, if I remember correctly.
How did Bo use hers?
Stunning strike a lot. The
Yeah.
Cobalt Soul allowed extract aspects, which she did a lot at 3rd level. And then a lot of the basic ones, patient defense, although I think maybe you get to do that for free. I don't remember.
Yeah, that's
for
one of the
certain.
standard monk abilities.
But does it take a key? Yeah, patient defense is a key point. Flurry of blows takes a key point, and step of the wind, which Bo also used a lot, to either disengage or dash as a bonus action. For a monk, that's massive to be able to dash as a bonus action, because monks are all already super fast. But yeah, everybody gets those 3.
If you take way of the open hand, I can use flurry of blows to knock somebody prone if they fail their dex, make a strength saving throw, and if they fail the 15 feet, get knocked back, or they won't be able to take reactions.
Right.
So those are all pretty good.
Yeah, Tronk, the bugbear bartender that you guys met in session 1 of the main campaign, is actually a way of the open hand monk. And he uses his butcher's cleaver as his monk weapon, because he also is a cook.
It actually doesn't say I have to spend a key point, though.
You spend your key point to do
Activate
flurry
it.
of blows. You
Oh, got
you don't
it.
have to spend a key point to do anything extra. Just when you spend a key point and do flurry of blows, you can also do this as part of it.
Oh, I may switch to that then.
Key points after a short rest.
Yeah, you recover it on a short rest.
I could do that a whole lot more often, because it's only 1 point to activate flurry of blows, whereas one of my other ones on the element was 2 points just to do it once.
Right.
This was actually the first one I looked at, and then I said, oh, maybe I'll try something different, but I think maybe this one sounds better.
And this one does, that's one of the reasons why I took it for the bugbear. Just kind of big, beefy, brutish, open hand kind of makes sense. You're just doing like brute force damage. Like I punch you and clothesline you and you fall to the ground type of thing. So it would make sense for an elephant that's strength based. If you wanted to switch that, you can.
I think I'll go ahead and switch that.
All right, Olympia or Jade. I'm used to Willem being at the bottom and the order changed.
Go ahead, Olympia.
Okay. Olympia is tiny. She's a fairy. So she's probably like only 8 inches. She's small. She has bright pink hair that starts at the scalp and turns darker as it goes down to black. And it goes, she has a really long, like past her hips hair. Usually it's pulled back in some combination of braids and buns and things out of her face. Usually has a book in her hand, has ink stains, wears little fairy glasses and perch her nose. She has big butterfly wings. Smells like brownies all the time, fresh baked brownies. And
You're welcome.
yes. And she also smells like whatever pastry her best Loxodon friend has given her. She can normally be found either in the library or in his kitchen nearby. There's usually books around her. She's a student. He is a hardcore student. She's probably about 30-ish, which is still really young for a fairy, but considered mostly grown. So she's like a college student.
All right.
You know, severely overworked, very sleep deprived, and stressed, but not under crushing financial debt.
So at least in some ways, completely unlike the typical American student.
Yeah, more like a student. It's like, you know, in one of those countries where they care, I would say. You know, where they give you good education for a decent price. What's wrong with them looking at you?
So,
Yeah, so as much as I may agree with all of these sentiments, let's not politicize this channel, please.
Okay. But she is typically speak the words. Kind of flighty at times. If she's really wrapped up in what she's looking at in her book, likes to take notes on everything and learn anything new, and that's the reason why she speaks Loxodon. And I think Draconic. So he'll be occasionally talking to both of them in their native tongue.
Cool. I like it.
well, that's why she's what?
Oh, I'm sorry. She is a wizard. She likes to watch things go boom or melt with acid.
And you ended up taking the new one, right? The Mage of Prismari?
Yes. Yep, the Prismari. Mage of Prismari.
Pretty cool.
I don't think I've heard of the Prismari.
That's what I was telling you. This particular university has 5 additional specific schools that are accessible only through this school. So
Got it. That was one of those. Got it.
Yep.
Yeah, get to play with surges of elemental energy. Express who we are and how we see the world.
She's a performance artist via the elements.
Exactly. Extra sparkles and everything that may catch things on fire.
Your Jubilee.
/ Iceman / Pyro / all the above.
Yes.
All right, Jade.
It's a Daunting. Snake people. He is 27 years old, 5'9". Weighs 185 pounds, but a good bit of that is her tail, because right about where her upper thighs would be, her body condenses into a snake-like tail rather than legs. She has pale skin with some weird greenish tints to it, Their scales on her lower body are a dark emerald green, as is her hair, which is down to about her mid-back, and she tends to wear it very loosely. She wears scale mail that has been painted emerald to match her natural scales. Being the auntie, she gets some wonderful fun stuff. So if you're interested in playing one, dark vision to start with, which is always useful. Poison immunity, which is great to start with. And also magic resistance, advantage to saving throws against spells and other magical effects, which is pretty darn awesome.
Yep.
Also, Yuan-Ti get innate spell casting. They get the poison spray cantrip, which is fun. They get animal friendship, which can be cast at first level. And later on, at the next level up, or I think at third level, they get suggestion, which they can cast once per long rest. And that's all racial stuff, so that's pretty cool. Chose to make her a ranger. Gave her proficiencies in nature, stealth, and survival. Her favored enemy, in fitting with the story, is Fae. So when we go into the Feywild, if we do, the Fae creatures there are her favorite enemy, because she doesn't really like them. She got a big dose of the bad parts of the Feywild. She's not appreciative. Her favorite terrain is forest, which again fits the setting. Archery is the fighting style. Got a couple ranger spells, which I took the hunter's mark. I also took snare, which is interesting because you draw a circle in the dirt, and that becomes like a magical snare. So when someone walks on it, they're like lifted up as if they were held by a rope snare. The interesting thing about that spell, though, is it consumes 25 feet of rope as its component, which is why I gave her an extra piece of rope, because that spell will consume that. The terrain, forest, yada. Okay, as her subclass, which you got at level 3, I chose Gloomstalker, which is basically gives you advantages for fighting in dark places, including the Underdark and very, very dark primeval forests, that sort of thing. She gets the Disguise Self spell at first level, which is interesting. Dread Ambusher mod, which is kind of fun, gives you an extra attack and extra movement at the start of your turn. And also, this is a really cool one, Umbral Sight, which is 30 feet dark vision, or adds 30 feet to your dark vision if you already have it. But also, while you are in darkness, you are invisible to any creature that relies on dark vision to see you in that darkness.
Yeah, so remember your fight against the Dark Link in the temple? He was a Gloomstalker. Yes. That's why he was hard to find unless he was right by one of those torches.
Yes. That seemed like something fun to have, so I picked that up. And that's her build as far as mechanical stuff goes. As far as her just general description, she's mostly a mercenary. Usually spends her time either retrieving things from the Feywild for people that are wanting them, or retrieving things from the material plane and taking them to the Feywild for people on the Feywild plane who may want them. And the Yuan-Ti are, of course, typically very evil and very ambitiously evil. She, however, is considered an outcast, both because her birth is questionable, but her behavior is aberrant also, in that most Yuan-Ti do not feel emotion, or they take that out of themselves. They concentrate solely on advantage without the emotional component. She, however, has a tendency, for good or ill, to feel emotions, good or bad. So realizing that, and that being who she is and what she is, she would not survive among her own people. That's one of the reasons she came here. Plus, she was cast off into the Feywild originally as a child, yada yada. So she returns so that her knowledge of the Feywild, she can exploit to earn money. And that's basically what she is doing here. Her only real friend among the group so far, and I don't know that I go so far as to call them friends yet, is the Kobold Paladin Kribbit. They were assigned by the headmaster to go find his daughter's body in the Feywild. And initially they did not like each other, but he took an injury aimed at her, which Yanti would only do to gain great advantage or a great debt from the other person. But he did it apparently for his own reasons, and that has confused her, and now he is not sure where her emotions are or outlook is going at this point. As she is seeing things that are different from the way she was raised, and is not certain what to make of them yet. So that is her build, her background, whatever, yada yada, there you go.
Cool.
One of the things anyone who's spent any time with Kribbit will notice is that he treats everyone with respect. That does include, and maybe even a little more so, for Jade. If anyone were to guess, perhaps maybe he's trying to set an example, or maybe he just treats everyone with respect.
Yeah. Well, to her, he's a contradiction. By his size and his koboldness, just general koboldness, she would regard him as an inferior. But the fact that he is a dragon, which is a reptilian race, even if he's not a snake, makes him superior. So it's weird. She does not know what to make of him.
Seems perfectly reasonable. And so you guys know, here is the basic layout of the town. It is not an island, but in order to have the river the way that it is without just having dropping blocks of grass everywhere. That's kind of, that's town. And specifically here, and I'll make sure the video has this. The building in the top left is the primary building on the material plane of the university. Most of it, almost all of it, is housed in the Feywild, but this is where you were just having your meeting, was in one of the top towers up in the top left there. The great tree itself is fairly unassuming. It just happens to be the largest tree in the town. So the very center at the bottom is the great tree. There's not a whole lot of fanfare. There's a sign. If you zoom in on there, there's a sign that says, "This is the great tree," basically. And that's about it. The people who are on watch, especially the militia that are there, they're basically instructed to look as if they were kind of tourists or picnicking. They want, at least on this side, as much as possible for this to be very nondescript, if at all possible. It's a lot more imposing and large on the other side and looks much more magical, but it's hard to hide that type of thing in the Feywild without just straight up glamour magic. But that's it. That's the great tree. And according to the headmaster, it's begun to show signs of blight. So whenever we get around to this group again, that'll be your task, is to figure out what it is that happened.
Very cool.
Cool. So it gives us a little.
These are some interesting characters.
Yeah.
I like the way we came up with them. That's some interesting stuff we got going on.
Yeah.
I was going to wait until we were off recording to say this, but I am, without having played it much at all, actually very invested in this character already.
That's kind of what happens when you start to intertwine your story with other people's stories at the beginning, is you get more invested in even your own character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I always like starting this way. I just, when we were doing the other thing, it was let's kind of throw it together. You know, that campaign we're on was meant to be just a couple of sessions, and then we thought we were going to be out of the quarantine and back to face and doing other stuff. So I cobbled it together originally just to be a couple of sessions, and then it's turned into over a year. So I regret not having that, but I think at the time, with people being less familiar with D&D Beyond and doing all the Discord stuff, that it was easier at the time to have you guys kind of build your character ahead of time and then show up. But I do prefer this way. So session 0, if you're doing it the right way, goes something a little like that, and your group may end up having more conversation, needing more conversation. It could take you only an hour or two. For us, we like to chat, we like to intermingle all that sort of stuff together. So before we stop the recording and sign off, is anybody who's done this before with this group or other groups, do you have any tips that you can recommend to people who are going to try this for the first time?
Do what works for you. If that's pick the class first, pick the class first. If that's pick the race first, pick the race first. If that's create the background first, do that and pick the class and race that fit it. Just figure out what works for you and do that.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, if you try to shoehorn stuff in, and do it in a particular order just because the list says a particular order or the rest of the group does a particular order, it doesn't always work for you, for sure.
Make sure everybody's playing a class that they like.
Yeah, there are some of us who are going to naturally gravitate toward filling in the gaps. But the nice thing about 5th edition is that you kind of don't necessarily have gaps. If you don't have a cleric, you can get healing potions. If you don't have a spellcaster, well, there's probably somebody else who has spell-like abilities. Don't feel like you have to fit the old school, model of you need a tank, you need a wizard, you need a cleric, and you need a rogue, otherwise you're going to die. That's old school thinking, and especially for this generation, it's not necessarily required.
You could have a cleric of death along with you who will wait till you die to see if that's what you're supposed to do.
Yep.
I would say don't be afraid of low stats. The denied dexterity really made this character a great deal more interesting.
Yep.
Yes, I agree.
So don't be afraid of low stats. Yeah, we all want to be super uber powerful. And in some ways, this character that I'm playing, Krivik, he has a 20 strength in this 3'2" frame, but
Ant-Man.
Yeah, exactly. But don't solely try to embrace the power. Also, look at what your character's weaknesses are, and even if they're not stat related, having weaknesses and flaws. And I'll admit that on the description section of D&D Beyond, when I looked at the flaws for the background I picked, I didn't like any of them. They didn't fit the character I was building. And so I just worked in other flaws. They don't even have to be statistical flaws, although in my case it worked out that way. And again, I thought it made it way more interesting. But flaws are not something to be avoided.
Yeah, sometimes the flaws... Go ahead.
I kind of went the same way. Being the Loxodon, I went and put my higher number in strength instead of dex, even though it hurts my armor class. I don't picture this character being quicker than he is stronger.
Right. Yeah, and Martin, because of his dedication now to his craft, he's not eating properly, he's not exercising, his strength is a 9. And he may at times be a frontline fighter, but he's going to be working with a -1 on stuff. So yeah, but it makes sense. Sometimes the most important parts of the character is not what their strengths are, but what their detriments are and how they work around them.
Or fail to.
Correct.
It makes the character when you have detriments.
Yeah, and it builds in space for the other players to fill in the gaps so that you don't have to.
And it also lets the GM actually you can actually get some time, I always like when I run is I'll take the characters who allow and build stories with them.
Mm-hmm.
So you may have separate quests for them just to make the character. So.
And flaws are great story material.
Yep.
I'll also.
Who knows? Someone may shine a light in my face in the middle of combat, and that'll be it for the cleric.
I'll also bring up for anyone who has paid any attention to our main story game. It's not something necessarily that was brought up here because we haven't had any chance to play and develop the characters through gameplay. But anybody who's listened to the way I have leveled Grolid, I don't necessarily look for the optimal choices. Like if I were going to have gone that route, I probably on the last level up would have taken the polearm master feat and really gone to double down on his ability to use that. And even though there was something of a role play reason for that, there was a bigger role play reason for a feat that was in all reality subpar for the type of character I'm playing, being shadow touched.
Right.
But it made sense. It really fleshed out who the character is and his experiences. So again, not only flaws, but if you like to power game and that's how you have fun, don't let me discourage you from doing that. But also consider that the things that have affected the character through their game, it's just like a real person. They're shaped by their experiences. So just think of that while you're going down the path of playing your character.
Yeah, that shadow touch for Grolid has, that's really shaped the last 3 sessions or so, at least for him, if not for the whole group.
And been a great deal of fun too.
Yeah.
Sometimes you choose what you want for your character. Sometimes you need to let the story choose.
Yes.
Because that makes the character better.
Exactly.
Josh. Oh, that's kind of cool. Josh, this is your first time building a character kind of just straight up without, having anything, pre-planned coming into it. How'd it feel building Wild Talent?
Well, it's the first time I've actually built it for a game. I've played around with a couple others just to see, but I will say that putting it together overall, this is probably my most successful one on its own. One that seems like it's going to make more sense and play together better.
Yeah, cool.
That's the armor I'm looking for.
Something like it.
Something like that.
Oh, I thought you were suggesting that as Wild Talent's picture.
No, that would be cool, but
that's the emo owl right there. All right. Well, any parting shots from anybody?
Guess we didn't get to roll up to our names tonight. We didn't get to roll any ones.
Right. Yeah, I had a little encounter set up. I just didn't know how long it was going to take us, and I'm glad that we fleshed out the characters the way that we did, and I didn't want to jump us in, at 11:30 into a combat. So, we got something ready whenever you go.
Now, so.
Yep.
We don't want to go too long so we forget who they are.
Yep.
Well, we got recorded
think
now.
About our main characters can wait an extra week.
Yeah, we owe these guys at least one session.
We will see. You guys have a. You guys
We'll just start earlier so Joe and Kyle can build characters.
Well, whenever we do that, we never go back to the main thing. I think you guys are just trying to avoid what is facing you in the main campaign.
Who are you kidding? I'm looking forward to it.
What, burning fires across the lake?
Well, it's already, on fire, so it's time to move on. But that's, again, metagaming for next session. So
There might be survivors we gotta try.
So, tune in next week and find out what the deuce everybody is talking about. Until then, thanks for checking us out. If you got any questions about world building, campaign starting, anything like that, character creation, whether it's why in the world did you guys take so long to do such a simple task, or how in the world did you manage to pull this off in 3 hours? It usually takes me a full day, because I know everybody's kind of across the spectrum, but we welcome your feedback. I'll make sure to upload some of these pictures that we've been sharing back and forth and splash this with a little bit more color. But if you guys like this, maybe we can do something like this a little more often. We'll see. Till next time, see you guys later.
Night.
Night.